Video working all right? No, where to go? Just press Bluetooth and chat. And then hit the reset, you can see it pop up. Yep. Yep. Sure. Good. Right now. Okay, let's see. Tell me if you see anything.
The
I think-
feedback from the TV?
It hasn't been hooked up yet.
Okay.
Hear us now.
Anybody hearing the board speaking?
Dan's nodding yes. Can you hear us?
That voice is, they're beginning to hear it. Faintly and with an echo.
Yeah. We all have mute and volume off.
Hopefully Dan's- Yep, I saw it. No. I wonder if part of it is that mic might also be picking up. You know, this one's picking me up, but that one's probably picking me up as well.
No, these are
No?
synced to cancel.
Okay.
So that they can hear Brian better than Meredith, but there's an echo for everyone.
I think the board's gonna have to speak up quite a bit. Just got two ears learning how to talk quietly into the mic. Is the sound better now?
Testing. How about now?
It's faint. The sound is faint. Whoa.
Did you just get an echo? Barely hear the board. That's not good.
So,
Needless to say, we tested this before the meeting and the test never carries through to the real world.
Audio is great.
I think, Jason, we can skip the TV, but we do have to figure out the sound.
They're saying, I'm getting messages that they're hearing you,
Okay.
but it's them speaking back to you. They have to either unmute and talk to you or.
It says no echo, but quiet.
All right, let's go ahead. The board's gonna have to speak very loudly, and we'll just see if that works. So I'm gonna go ahead and call the meeting to order. Would all who wish join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have one agenda adjustment to add item 8D, which is approval of a $1,000 donation. I would make a motion to add that as 8D. Is there a second? Mark seconds. Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. I guess we can just do a hand vote at this point in time since the board is fully present. All those in favor of the agenda addition? Okay, 5-0. Next up are minutes. I would make a motion to adopt the minutes for June 8th as presented. Is there a second?
I will second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting the minutes for June 8th as presented? Okay, 5-0. I would make a motion to adopt the minutes for July 20th as presented. Is there a second?
I will second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, 5-0. I would make a motion to approve payroll warrant 3, regular warrants 2, 3, 26D, bond warrant 42, and main purse warrant for July. Is there a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the warrants? Okay, thank you. Now we come to public comment. This, still working on video for us to be able to see you. I will try and do my best, but if you're wanting to speak and I'm not able to call on you and it's, you know, there's a pause, go ahead and just unmute and jump in. In general with public comment, you know, we do have a finite amount of time, so I appreciate people not going on at length, repeating things that have been said before. If you can just confirm views that you agree with and, you know, keep it to the point, I appreciate it. We don't have a sign up list. You know, actually, let's do it that way. For the sign up, let's go ahead and have people put their name in the chat and I will call people from the chat. We've done that before and that's worked. So I did see Catherine had her hand up, so in just a minute I'll call her. But anybody else who wants to speak, go ahead and put your name in the chat and I'll call you. Yeah, and the only other thing to add is the board is, for the most part, not even going to be in Zoom. So chat exists, but you should be aware it's not part of the official record and not something the board has necessarily even seen or able to pay attention to. So don't use that. And yeah, I see. Okay, so I'm going to start calling people who wanted to speak. Just go ahead and unmute yourself and start speaking. So, Catherine, you were first. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Thanks for letting me provide comment. I think my comment is general, not necessarily to the agenda tonight, but I think it's pertinent to the agenda. And as a, you know, as a member, a citizen of Orono, I guess my request is that school board members really concentrate on all students within the school system. I've seen, I haven't been in a few meetings lately, but meetings I was in earlier this summer and the spring, I felt as though board members were speaking about their individual children or speaking about ASA or speaking about OHS. And I went and I read your board responsibilities and duties. And while it's not very specific, I would suspect, and I am going to request that your duty is to all of the students in the RSU 26 system. And speaking about your personal situation leads us other parents who are dependent upon you of making decisions regarding our children in a situation where we question, do our children matter to you? Or are you on the board purely for the goal of one school or one child or one set of children? So I'm going to leave my comment at that, and thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Lynn's and Rowan's, is that an actual? I will note that public comment, we do ask people to identify themselves. This is a public meeting, so if that is your full name, please identify yourself. Go ahead.
Was it? Oh, I'm just too far away. Hi, this is Lee Browen. Just wanted to just voice a concern I have about one, the decision to go back to eating in the cafeteria. I am concerned about that and the risk that it poses, and also the lack of masks on the playground for elementary age kids who will not physically distance, social distance. So just if that could still be considered at all, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if you'd be able to speak to this, but I'm just curious what the protocols are or will be as far as kids who come to school with symptoms, or you know, if I think you were doing rapid testing last year, so I'm just wondering if that's going to continue, and or what the sick protocol is. Thanks.
Thanks. Hopefully, I think we'll address your question when we discuss the plan. Any other public comment? Would welcome any other public comment. I see we have quite a few people here. Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll move forward with the agenda. We do have another public comment period at the end of the meeting. So we'll start with acknowledgements. Jake, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll acknowledge the donation from Books A Million in Bangor. Thank you to them.
Great. Elizabeth? Beth? Sorry.
Sure, I still answer both. I would like to acknowledge all the work being done in support of bringing the students back to school in person by all of the staff, the administration, and the committee who's put forth the recommendations, and everyone else involved in all of this work to kind of bring us to this point tonight of having this meeting about the COVID guidelines.
Okay. I think I'd just like to acknowledge Brent Fournier, who's, I don't know how much he's working, but he's doing a lot to get the school opening and the building construction wrapped up at the same time. I see him and he's literally doing three things at the same time, talking to somebody and a meeting he's supposed to be into and texting. So I'd just like to acknowledge that contribution.
I'm
Patrick?
just getting some feedback. If people can, maybe we need to move the microphone closer to people when they're speaking and just speak a little louder. So they have one down there. So if they could just project towards the microphone when you're speaking.
Yeah, we have on the edge for public, but we don't have any public today physically present. So, okay. Patrick, any acknowledgements?
Yeah, sure. The past couple of weeks, I've been thinking a lot about how much the teachers kind of went above and beyond last year and how much we were all hoping that COVID would be over by this fall. And so I just really want to recognize the efforts put in by the teachers who spent a lot of extra time in their classrooms with kids and had to deal with different modes of learning. And I know it wasn't easy, and I just can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And if we have to do more of that this fall, I just want to really know that you're thought of very, very highly by the community, and thank you.
And Mark?
I would just like to echo Beth's acknowledgements of all the work that's went on this summer in terms of getting us to this point by staff, administrators, volunteers, everyone who's got us here. So thank you on that.
Meredith, anything to add?
This will be a test, because people couldn't hear me earlier. I would just like to add to what's been said to acknowledge the summer programming staff. Since we've last met, we wrapped up our on-site summer programming. We still have some students participating in RAD camp, but a lot of effort went into that and it was a great success. So thank you to all the staff who made that happen.
Okay, any acknowledgements forgotten? We'll go ahead and go to reports. Lisa, you want to start?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Yep.
Okay. It's been a busy time. As Meredith said, you know, with summer school and wrapping up summer school, that was a really exciting time for staff and students. I think it was a great learning experience for all of us. As the summer's gone on, we had a little break as far as hearing from people, but as we've hit August, we've started to get resignations from ed techs, people deciding to move into other areas or just a change of life. We had 6 openings as of the beginning of this week. At this point, I'm pretty confident that we have 4 openings. We have hired Elizabeth Bear for the middle school position in the resource room, and we're working on another hire right now. We just need that person to get their background check. We still need 3 positions at ASA filled, and also our district-wide nurse ed tech position is still open. So we are working very hard to push to get those done before you know, the school year starts. But you know, even if we aren't, I'm pretty confident that you know, our staff works together. They work together well, and we'll do what we need to do to have our student needs met. There's been a constant influx of students registering in our schools. It seems to have also picked up in August. Just every day we're getting emails from guidance departments saying that, another student's registered. Currently, right now, we have our numbers are 198 students with a IEP, and 44 of those are tuition students. So at ASA, we have 61 OMS, 35 OHS, 102. And I know how you like your percentages, and what one of the questions might be is our ratio of students with special education needs. So I looked at where the state was at, and the percentage for 2021 is 19.41. Our percentage is 23.51, but if we remove the tuition students and just looked at the residents, our percentage would be 19.24. So it's the number of kiddos and families that look for, the rich program that we have here at Orono that kind of brings up our percentage. We have also received the results of our special education audit from the state that we participated in last year. They've also issued us our corrective action plan that always goes along with that. They found no systemic deficiencies, and they identified isolated deficiencies, which, we have a plan to correct those. Many of them were already starting to be corrected. As far as how we were doing paperwork last year, things were changing, and we were addressing some of those deficiencies already. So we will put that plan into place. We've got the year to follow through on that and to accompany that with staff training. But things are looking good. I'm looking forward to staff returning and getting to business as usual. Any
Thank you. Any
questions?
questions? Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Meredith, you want to go ahead?
Hi, everybody. So to begin, I'd like to echo what Lisa said about our summer programming. The feedback anecdotally from folks around campus was so positive. The feedback that I have heard from families was so positive, and it was the energy in the building had a noticeable shift. One piece of evidence that everybody can look to as one of the impacts of summer programming is this incredible new garden that we have on the hill outside the library. Jess Archer and her students worked really hard to get that up and running. And perhaps most exciting about that is the conceptualization of it as a piece of an ongoing project that began in this difficult circumstance, but ultimately, hopefully, will be an integral part of teaching and learning here for years to come. So thanks to Jess for making that happen. The other two pieces I wanted to report out on tonight are also projects that began as ideas not that long ago, but that were identified as district priorities, and in service to which work is being done in earnest moving into the 21-22 school year. The first that I'd like to report is that our equity audit is officially underway. We have begun meeting with Equity Alliance Minnesota, and we are in the document gathering phase. Shauna, in her district leadership for DEI this year, is working to bring together the pieces that they want to have a look at before, as a first step. We will be in the next month reviewing the survey draft that will be going out to stakeholders, and then ultimately by the time 21 turns into 22, we will have a preliminary report in hand, and that will give us as a district a new tool to use in service to making sure that all of our stakeholders in district feel safe and welcomed at all of our schools. So that is very exciting. Another facet of our work that is gaining momentum is in the realm of Wabanaki Studies. The Wabanaki Studies work group has continued to meet and has, and Shauna, in her leadership on this, is working toward establishing a series of supports to help build faculty capacity for talking about and learning about Wabanaki Studies so that our programming can be amplified across district. One piece of that is that at our opening workshop days, we're going to be talking about do's and don'ts for Wabanaki Studies, which is a document that was produced by Portland Public Schools for use, but that was identified by the work group as a potential key piece that could help folks feel more confident in beginning this work with their students. In addition to that, Suzanne Greenlaw and Gabriel Fry recently published a book, actually as recently as August 10th. And it is a picture book that has been ordered for every classroom at ASA. And Shauna is working on instructional tools to go along with that. We are working with the Abbey Museum on ways to support culturally sensitive instruction around Thanksgiving. And we're also working with John Bear Mitchell at the University of Maine on providing the opportunity for micro-credentials on Wabanaki Studies to all of our faculty and district. So those are two pieces of our work that have a lot of momentum and that I'm really excited about for this coming year.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Okay, not seen any. We'll have the superintendent's report.
I have several items I wanted to bring to you tonight. First in the folder, I provided a report that I asked Ben Jacobson, our food service director, to put together to show you our food service participation this summer compared to the previous two. Sorry, it's in the electronic folder. So it's in there. I have one extra copy. Does anyone need a copy? So one of the things that's interesting about this is, so if you look at last year, I asked them to give 2 years previous because last year was an anomaly, certainly. But if you look at last year compared to this year, and Ben notes this in his comments on the bottom of this report, is that they were really similar, even though last summer we did not have any summer programming. And this summer we had a lot of summer programming and students were participating in the food program through the summer programming. So, you know, I think it demonstrates that there is a need for, you know, this kind of food support in our community in the summer. It's been made possible through this USDA waiver program last summer and this summer. So it's just something to consider moving forward if we want to consider, you know, depending on what the federal government continues to provide or not, some kind of support for more food services in the summer. If you look back 2 years ago, when to participate in the program, you had to pay, you know, it was a pay to eat program. You see the numbers are quite different. So, you know, like approaching 4 times as much, or like 3.5 times as much participation over the last 2 summers compared to 2 summers ago. So, you know, it's been, excuse me, been a real effort to get this happening during the summer and to get staffing and to make it happen. So kudos to our food service program. And they had some other staff members who stepped in this summer to fill in when our regular food service staff was wanting to be away this summer. So, you know, it's been doing great work in our community. And I thought that you would want to see this data and just know that there's clearly a lot of interest and need for us having this kind of program. I mean, one of the things about it is that under normal rules and circumstances, there are certain communities that qualify based on the percentage overall in their community for poverty levels to have a free program for anyone in the community. We do not qualify under typical rules, but there's been a waiver that allowed us to do it last summer and this summer. So depending on if the rules adjust moving forward or revert back to where we were 2 summers ago, we'll maybe want to look at this and consider how we move forward. So that's just something to put a pin in for a bit, though, at this point. Any questions or comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, the only big question I have about programs of this nature is when they do look at, in cases where it's not free for everyone and we're looking at means testing, is the means testing current or is it based on previous year's income for families? Because I know there can be a lot of variation year to year for some families.
Yes, so I believe that our eligibility is based on the previous year's free reduced lunch percentage for your district.
Okay.
And each year that resets. When we start a new school year, it resets. So, you know, we haven't met that criteria to qualify. But there are actually multiple ways to qualify. And so the way that we were able to qualify last summer is by having a remote program out at Talmar Woods. We could qualify through that specific neighborhood, and then we were able to have also a delivery and pickup program at the school, and we were operating there as well.
Okay.
This summer it was more flexible, and we offered, you know, the program associated with our program here at school, but also a pickup program with that, and then, you know, offered for the rad camp as well. So it's just under normal circumstances. I don't think there's any way we would qualify if they revert back to their previous qualification criteria.
Thank you.
Sure. Rachel, are you monitoring the chat to make sure people can hear? Just wanting to make sure people can hear. Okay, the next update is, it kind of goes back to something Lisa reported on, and that's the hiring update. We have all of our teaching staff, our instructional teachers, but support staff, we have a lot of needs still open. We're, you know, pushing things out to social media, pushing things out to Indeed, in addition to our normal advertising routes. But Lisa was chipping away at it today. We still need 2 to 3 food service staff members. We still need a custodian. As Lisa mentioned, we still need 4 ed techs. We're still looking for 2 people to fill our 2 of our 3 permanent sub positions, and we have a very short sub list right now. So just lots of needs, and you know what the labor market is right now. It's just really difficult to be competitive right now because everyone's looking for people, and so it's pretty critical in my opinion, especially in an area like food service where we need like 50% of our workforce is still not filled for the coming year. So it's just a really big issue that I just wanted to bring to your attention. And, you know, we have brand new kitchens and people are coming to train next week, and, you know, we are missing half our workforce still. So it's something that I know Ben, as he's starting to plan the year, said to me, you know, look, as we start the year, I want people to know, yeah, we have all this nice equipment, but we're going to plan meals that are really easy prep and really easy for distribution given our workforce. And the fact that they have new equipment that we'll get to building readiness in a few minutes, that, you know, they're still learning and not going to have a lot of advance notice to get broken in to get the school year started. So, you know, workforce is really a concern. It's the most concerned I've ever been since I've been here starting the year. So, and I think it's the time that we're in, it's everyone's feeling that way, but it seems it's hitting the support staff side of things the most. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I provided something in the board packet that Mark had asked about. It was a comparison of our professional development days compared to the region. I just wanted everyone to have access to that so you can see it as well. I guess my summary of that is that I think we're right in the we're right in the middle really for in terms of in-service days. We have, I think about 20 districts, and there are 9 that are just like where we are, 2 that have more days, and 9 that have less days. So we're kind of like right in that median spot, I think. Really 6 to 7 was the middle ground there, and we're at 7. For early release days, we're the second highest across the region. So I think that probably was something that was noteworthy to me. And I think that's something that I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I know Mark has expressed, you know, concern about that in the past. So the data I wanted to share with you all, Brian suggested some other kind of aspirational comparative academic districts that we might want to look at as well, to just expand our view on this and looking at it. So I'll certainly add those to the list, and we can continue to talk about it as we mainly begin to look toward next year. So any other comments or feedback or questions on that?
Thank you for putting that together.
Sure.
What are the aspirational, or the districts that you're going to add to the list, out of curiosity?
Yeah, so Brian suggested Camden, Falmouth, Yarmouth.
Yarmouth, Cumberland, I think. We don't have a formal list, but, you know, we always aim to end up in the top 10 schools in the state. So I think we should compare ourselves to the top 10 schools.
Okay, great.
Are those days seen as something that's very desirable by the teachers? The reason I ask is, on the drive back to Maine today, I was listening to a program about teacher retention. And one of the things that they mentioned was that schools that do more training tend to have better teacher retention. Now, this is just a radio program I heard, but I thought I'd ask someone with better knowledge than myself.
No, I think it is desirable, both for professional development and for time to coordinate with one another and have time to do collaborative work together. I think, you know, every year when we talk about the calendar, there are people who are advocating, you know, we really need more time. Early release days, you know, mainly are what people are, I think, advocating for in that way. But there are also other things that people are asking for in the calendar. So it's always kind of a balance to figure that all out together. And then our district, our regional alignment that we have to try to work toward with our region. But in general, I would say, yes, professional development days are highly valued by the staff.
Okay, thank you.
And I include early release days in that.
Do the early release days, they don't count against our UTC alignment, correct?
They do not. And that is one of the advantages of early release days, because this year we were way out of alignment in the region and had to do one of the letters to the state to ask for, I think, who's on the UTC board?
I will be now.
Yeah, so you'll probably hear about that at the first meeting. It's just with this year, again, people were doing some really different things than what they usually do. But we don't get a pass on that too often. I think you can only ask once every so many years. So it's something we always have to be thinking about.
The early release also don't count. Early release days are part of the 170 days required as well.
Right.
So they are different than full PD. I mean, they have all kinds of trade-offs, but they are different than the full PD days.
Next, I want to, and I should have done this under acknowledgements, want to let you know that our student rep, Hussein, had to step away from the role. And we want to just express appreciation for the time that he was with us, and acknowledge his interest in the job. And he really was, had great ideas about how to move forward in the role. So I'm hopeful that someone else will come along and pick up the role. We'll advertise that to our student body, and hopefully we can get a student or two to fill in, you know, for the remainder of this term. But just want to let you know of that. Two other items before we move on. Kind of circling back to hiring, we're going to probably in the next couple of weeks put together, or the next week or so, put together our hiring committee for the facilities director position. And we need to have board member our representation on that committee. So I don't know if we have anyone interested in that and available. I don't know anything about time of day or when at this point, so it's hard for me to say that. Once we get the committee established, we can try to work with people's schedules.
You know, if we're thinking Zoom or in person, or?
You know, honestly, probably Zoom. It's easier to get people together for this.
I mean, I feel like I've been on a lot of these committees recently, but I have been working with the facilities director a lot. I would be happy to do it unless somebody else wants to.
I would just volunteer for anything that I'm available for in terms of not Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
You know, Thursdays and Fridays are ideal. So anything you done Thursday or Friday, I'll put my hand up for that.
And I didn't go review the policy to know if this is one that needs 2 board members, since it's one of those.
Oh, it's a
kind of, it's
Yeah,
not
I
an
don't
instructional
remember.
position, but it's not an administrator, it's a, so, if we need a second board member, we might reach out, Patrick, how's that?
Are we going to have members of the public on this committee too, or not?
Yeah, again, I'll go look, but I feel like most every committee, we do have someone from the community involved. And finally, I just wanted, I'm sure we'll get to this a little bit more under facility, but just while we have more people on the call, you know, there's certainly a sprint happening to the finish with our building project right now. This summer has been, you know, the busiest part of the construction project, and it's been doubly hard with really some of the conditions that the contractor found when they opened walls and began to dig into areas this summer that there were some unforeseen conditions that caused some delay and having to go back and regroup, redesign, or you know, deal with unforeseen conditions. We've also had some material delay with just the you know, supply chain issues happening right now everywhere. And you know, we've added some things to the scope of the project that aren't terribly impactful, but all of that together is really causing the sprint to the finish to be challenging, particularly really not as much for the building to be ready to open from the contractor's perspective, but from our perspective after the contractor's done and says, okay, now you can have it and get it ready for school, for occupancy. So I just say this to say, you know, we're analyzing it every day. We have a meeting tomorrow morning with the contractor, with with Robin Tannenbaum, our lead architect, Brent, Brian, myself, to just talk through this a bit more. It's mainly the high school where the concern is. We feel really good about ASA. I mean, if you talk to the people at ASA, they're a little bit nervous, but if you walk up here, you really know what I'm talking about. It's different. And just, you know, try to get a better understanding of their timeline and how they can work with us to get access to spaces. I mean, one of the issues is it's almost like this building has been a complete construction site from really the interior of the building. So it's got to be really clean before we open it up. And it just has traffic in it all the time. So there's no time to get it clean because people are constantly walking through and sawing and bringing in materials. And so that's just something I want to alert you to, and that I hope to give a really promising, uplifting, encouraging report next Tuesday when we meet. But if I need to come back to you with any, you know, different kind of news, we'll certainly try to give you a heads up on that. And you know, I think just to say this to the community at large, and that includes staff, students, parents, that, you know, our buildings are probably not going to look the way they always look when we open. Not every space is going to have the shiny wax that we like to have when we walk into the building this school for the new year. And it's going to really require all hands on deck to get ready. So, you know, just everyone's going to need to understand that. And even when we open, I mean, substantial completion doesn't mean they're done, right? So they'll be coming back in to do things to finish up spaces, even though we're occupying. And they know that when we're occupied, there's a limit to what can be done during the school day. But, you know, I'm pleased to say, though, that once we start school, we're past the majority of the project. I think we just had a building committee meeting, and I think we're 77% complete with the project. So a really, you know, substantial part of the work was done this summer, and are past this. And really the last phases of the project are not phases that interrupt what we're doing as much. It's the auditorium, band room, choir room area, and the hallway, and then the 4 new classrooms at the high school. And then, you know, the rest is just finishing up final touches on some elements. The track surface has to be done through the month of September. So just want to alert the board of that growing concern I have about OHS building readiness. So. I shouldn't have finished with that. That's kind of a somber thing to finish my report with, but it is what it is, right? So we have to-
Everybody's watching. They all have eyes on this, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure the community has seen really, the interior is what is more concerning than the exterior. But you saw the back parking lot today was finished, or I think finished. Tomorrow it finishes. I think tomorrow
Friday.
they finish.
Friday.
Oh, Friday they stripe it, but the paving today.
Paving zone.
So that's a great thing to get done. But all the traffic from back there was parked out front today, so it was, you know, a mob scene out front with traffic because of everyone in the building working. So certainly lots of people here trying to get it to the finish line for the start of school. No shortage of contractors on site trying to get us there.
Well, just to end on an up note, though, it's looking great, right?
It is. It's
The
going to be so nice.
office space is looking great today, so the cafeteria looks really nice. The cafeteria, a lot of corners still to finish up at the high school, but it's going to be a major upgrade in terms of appearance and light, daylight, things like that up at the high school cafeteria. The kitchens, which most people don't see, but the kitchens they just jumped about 40 years forward, which sounds like maybe that's just a place to spend money, but it has program impacts like we can't store a week's worth of apples in the freezer or the fridge, right now, and we will be able to. So it's going to help the food quality that's coming out of those kitchens too. So a lot of really big and really nice things that are, we're kind of going to stumble across the finish line, but up 2 months from now, it's going to be super exciting and really worth the whole process.
Yeah. And I don't know, 6-7 months from now, we're going to be, you know, at the end, and we'll be so excited to have all of these facilities. So I was talking with Kristen and Joe Mason yesterday or today, and you know, just ASA was under. I mean, there's such disruption with construction last year, right? Amidst the pandemic conditions, it's going to be so much better at ASA to start the school year than where we were last year. So ASA is going to feel the relief now of most of their heavy lifting work being done. And I think now OHS is feeling what ASA really felt all of last year, and that things are going to feel a lot more kind of not settled at OHS as we start the year. But it'll settle in quickly, I think.
Any other questions or comments on the superintendent report?
The only question I have is, so will there be contractors coming to the school while school is in progress? Or is that
Sure,
happening?
definitely. They did last year.
Great. And
Right.
will they be following the same COVID standards we use for our employees?
Yeah, last year we required that they wore masks indoors, and we required masks, so we'll do the same
Okay.
this year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, next up, COVID update and discussion. I think we're all anticipating this is going to be a bit of a conversation, so I'd just like to propose structuring the conversation. Maybe we can start with the superintendent doing a high-level walkthrough of the plan, just to remind people, maybe especially the people who are tuning in on Zoom, what's in the plan. And then I would like to propose that we have conversations by topics here at the board with the administration. So maybe we, just taking things in order, we have vaccinations, masks, and then I don't know that the overall distancing, but lunches have come up a lot under distancing, so we can just take those points 1, 2, 3, and then a fourth conversation topic of everything else. That would be my proposal as a board, is that we kind of discipline ourselves and structure that after Meredith gives us an overview. And the other thing that I think I mentioned this last time is we have differences of opinion, which I think is healthy, and that's a constructive part of the board, but I also think we are setting, a direction for the school. So I hope we can, raise alternative points of view, vote on alternative points of view through amendments, but then I hope towards the end, we can think about how we can come towards a consensus that can give a, strong direction to the school going forward with school board support. So towards that end, we often are pretty informal on this board in the sense that we kind of just talk till we have a clear consensus, and then we have a motion and a vote. So I'm after Meredith gives her overview, I'm going to make a motion basically what I'm saying is we'll revert back to a more, pure following of Robert's Rules of Order. So we'll put a motion to adopt the guidelines as presented. And then on each of those discussion topics, any board member who feels like they want to see these guidelines change is welcome to propose an amendment. We'll use the regular process for amendment in a proposal second discussion vote. And we'll move through all of the changes people would like to see. And then when we come to the end of it, again, as I say, I don't think we should go home tonight until we have a policy that we can put out. It's 2 weeks before school starts. And so I think we need to get to a policy that has at least 3 votes. Personally, I'd like to see the final consensus that's a little stronger than that. But that's the process I would recommend following, that we structure things and we use the amendment process so everybody can feel like their differences of opinion are aired and voted on. But then maybe come to a consensus at the end. Does that work for everybody? Anybody have alternative ways they want to structure this? Okay, so why don't we go ahead and jump in, Meredith, if you want to give us the 10,000-foot overview of the whole thing, and then we can take the topics one by one.
Sure. So as you know, we talked about this in our mid-July meeting, and the reopening committee reconvened the day after the CDC released an update to the guidelines, and that update really informed a key part of the change to this newest version. And the change that the CDC came out with was a recommendation for universal masking in schools. And that was really the only change they made to the guidance. And that if you go to that same page that I directed you to earlier, there's just like something at the very top that gives that update. And then the rest is pretty much the same. They haven't changed the rest that I've seen. And so, but we've made changes in other areas throughout this, but the primary one that we changed was under number 2, and we changed our recommendation to universal masking indoors, and we made that a little bit more explicit, and it's a shorter section now because it's pretty direct, that it's universal masking for all indoors, and it's required on buses, but masks not required outdoors. And so that matches the CDC guidance where it is right now for schools. We did also update number 1 relative to the new guidance that came out from the state, or the new, I guess, information that came out from the state about vaccine reporting that we would have to do about, that we're responsible for reporting staff vaccination data beginning soon. They haven't sent that out quite yet. And that we will continue to, or that we'll track that data for students as volunteered and then as required by reporting to the Department of Education. We also included the caveat of requiring that employees either provide the proof of vaccination or participate in the weekly pool testing program. So all of that kind of is, working in support of the number 1 goal under the CDC guidance is to encourage vaccinations. The student data is something that the state is organizing, and they're reporting through census data and student zip code data. We've pointed out some flaws with that method because our high school is 40% tuition, and so it's not going to accurately reflect Orono High School, for example, and many districts around the state have that happening. So I'm not sure where that is. I know the DOE was trying to advocate that maybe they think a little more nuanced in how they do that. So I don't know what they're doing. I just know that we're trying to collect our own data, so we feel like we have a good sense of our own student vaccination data. I provided you with an update of what we have now. I know that our student data is underreported. I mean, when I just glance over it, I know that we still don't have all this data, and we keep bugging people about it, and hopefully it will improve in terms of the rate of response there. But I think our data will be better than the state data in terms of accurately reflecting our population. I think it'll be better for middle school, obviously, than high school, high schools, the part where the zip code data just really isn't accurate for us. Distancing, I think that we added the last sentence about to look for alternative lunch space for distancing as an option. And we've been doing a lot of work on that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but we added that in there really after our last meeting and some conversation and concern around that area. And each school is able to provide that kind of alternate space, but we'll go into the details of that when we dive into that discussion. Pool testing, we are enrolled. We haven't changed this section at all. There is some new information out, though. I gave you the SOP. The SOP stands for what the Maine CDC publishes for schools. It's the standard operating procedure for how to handle COVID cases in schools. So, you know, we've had this since last August. We got the first one. They've been updating it over the course of the year. This was a major update they released last week. And one of the key elements that relates to pool testing is that if someone is enrolled in pool testing, participating in pool testing, they are exempt from quarantine in school. So that's kind of going to be an important factor for us to notify families, and so they know that it adds that benefit to them. That's in that SOP document on the table 2 summary. It gives several kind of exceptions to quarantine. And so you can see there also vaccination. It's another reason we need to collect vaccination data on students so that we know, if someone's exempt because of vaccination. Individuals are also exempt if they've had COVID in the last 90 days. And then you can see pool testing. And another interesting thing is if schools are doing universal masking, then students are exempt from quarantine requirements as well. And this is just school-based exemption. So it's interesting how they've updated this to kind of be in alignment with the priorities they're setting. And I think it definitely matches what they're saying about, they want to encourage vaccinations. Vaccination is your exemption from quarantine requirements. Same with pool testing, same with universal masking. If I go down, I don't think anything else.
Actually, sorry, could you just recap pool testing and how that works for people who are listening?
Oh, sure. So we sent home a flyer with the 2 schools that sent out packets. ASA will send theirs home on the first day, but we're going to do a mailing probably by the end of the week or top of next week to all families. And so pool testing is weekly testing for anyone in the school. And the way it works is you swab the lower nasal area and then put your swab in a vial with up to 25 other swabs. And they run this PCR test as a group. So there's not an individual test for Beth, but an individual test for Beth, pool of Beth and 24 other potential testers. And if there's a negative result, nothing happens, and you just wait and you're tested again the next week in the same way. If there's a positive result, there is a follow-up. First of all, you get the results back. The school gets the results back within 24 to 48 hours. If there's a positive result, then the health team does follow-up by next now testing, the rapid test that we have with all members of the pool. And if a positive case is identified, then we go into the process of close contact identification and then isolation of the positive case, et cetera. If no positive case is found after the first test, then the next day they do testing again. And if a positive case is found then obvious thing happens. And then if not, then they just go back into the pool testing on Monday. So that's kind of how it works. It's on week cycles. And it's designed to find cases of COVID before cases are symptomatic and contagious. And also to help identify, potentially asymptomatic carriers. So it's recommended in the Department of Education really wants all schools, and the CDC actually wants all schools to be doing this as an extra layer of mitigation as we loosen other protective factors like distancing to get all kids back in school. So it's something we're adding in as we relax other areas of the safety protocols. And even vaccinated individuals are encouraged to be a part of this. I think we've all read about breakthrough cases and the fact that vaccinated individuals can carry the virus. And so it's recommended for everyone in the school community, regardless of vaccination status. So that's a nutshell.
And the only thing I would add is, as you mentioned, attending a school with universal masking means you don't have to quarantine from classes. If you have a close contact, if you're in a class with somebody who tests positive, but pooled testing and vaccination both not only let you attend classes, but they also let you attend extracurriculars. So that might be a distinction that's, of note and interest to. I know last year, a lot of people's biggest concern was not, different people had different concerns, but a group of people had a concern mostly of, I don't want to get quarantined. I don't want to show up at school and then I'll have to quarantine and miss a sports event or an extracurricular event. But either vaccination or pooled testing will give a student the ability to not have to quarantine, unless of course they're actually sick or test positive. But they won't have to quarantine if they have a close contact, not just for classrooms, but for the extracurricular activities too. So as you said, they're really kind of aligning. It's been a year and a half now. They're kind of getting their priorities and stories straight, and they're really kind of aligning the incentives with behaviors they want to encourage. So
absolutely. I think the other thing that we changed is once we went to universal masking as the recommendation up under number 2 in the main section, additional considerations aligned similarly, like under performing arts and other extracurricular activities, they just all align with the same universal masking indoors, no masks required outdoors. And then the community transmission ratings, I was sad to see that part go because I felt like it gave us a nice way to use this all year as our metric for shifting around depending on conditions. But we just added the caveat that, we may want to bring that back. That last paragraph there kind of references that something that we might go back into using. I know there is some conversation. We've asked the question of our state, and they've indicated that, there are discussions at the federal level about guidance around how to use the community transmission ratings to adjust masking and things like that. That was just a really quick overview. Are there any things that board members feel like I should touch in more detail, especially for the public? Anything that you saw that you thought was noteworthy to point out?
This did come up at the last meeting, but I think ventilation, as we know, is really important, and the district has taken significant steps, and it's in here as well. So
Sure.
For those not familiar, maybe.
Yeah, I guess it's important to say I didn't mention anything that hasn't changed. So our ventilation was really strong last year. It continues to be, exceeding the standards for, what is required in schools, and we really did a lot of work on the system last year to get it to this higher level of circulation. The symptom check protocol, the state says they're going to update that. We're waiting on an update just to push out a new protocol, but that's definitely still in our standards of people need to, stay home if they're unwell, and we'll be publishing that updated symptom check form. And then, the cleaning will still continue to have, extra steps that we've taken with, we still have our contracted service providers, although we have one of the ones that we want, they're still having problems getting others to us. But getting out, cleaning materials to classes so teachers can do more, having the posted cleaning sheet so everyone can see and track the cleaning of bathrooms and things such as that. So all of those elements are still in the guidelines and haven't changed. And, you know, I think the big thing, if you think about this year compared to last year, is distancing. That's what's different. And full testing's been layered on. And when I was thinking about something I heard late January, I went to and I talked to the board at that time about it. We had a superintendent's conference, and there was an infectious disease physician talking with us at that time. And the physician predicted that we would start fall with all kids back, wouldn't have to do distancing, but we would be masked. And I remember at that time thinking, that would be great. I would so, you know, like to be in that place right now. And so this summer, when I think many, including myself, just, you know, in June felt so optimistic that we would be able to come back and, you know, not have masks required for all, you know, it was certainly a letdown to come to my own realization that that's just not where I think we need to be. I had to go back and remind myself how far we've come to be where these recommendations put us compared to any place we were last year. Last year, we could not have all children pre-K through 12 in the building. Distancing was too much of a barrier to be able to do that. And what we were asking of teachers, having to teach in all these modes, was just really difficult and taxing. And not what was best for children in terms of, you know, academic, social, or emotional well-being. So I have to remind myself how far we've come and how much progress these guidelines provide compared to where we even finished last year. So I just offer that as something that I had to work through myself, and that came as a realization to me, thinking back to that physician talking to us. And I remember thinking about how exciting that would be to be able to have all kids back. And so that's kind of where, this guidance puts us, or these guidelines places us. And, you know, I've said all along, I think we have to follow the set of guidance that we're being directed to by, you know, our state leadership or federal leadership. And our state leadership is saying, these are the guidelines we want Maine schools to follow. And if we follow those guidelines and make decisions based upon those, I think that's what serves us well through this time. And I feel like, you know, there are always going to be parts of that members of the school community will not feel serves their desires or interests or beliefs about what the right answer is for their children or our schools. But I think, you know, if we stay consistent with what guidance we use, I think it's easier for people to understand why we're making the decisions we're making. And I guess, you know, in terms of why we land where we land on putting forward these guidelines, that's really why. And I've sat in 2 meetings that the Commissioner of Education has said, and she might not want me to quote her saying this, but I think she would say it if she's here. If we still had a state of emergency and we had the power to require universal masking in schools, we would. That's what the CDC is clearly telling us is the right thing to do, and that's what we hope all schools in Maine will do. And you know, I think she's right. That's what the CDC is clearly telling us to do. And as I see the trend line that's in our state, I feel like this is the right place to be. I feel like, you know, for some it won't be enough protective factors, for some it's too much, but I think it hits it checks the alignment with the federal guidance. So that's kind of my summary and launching point for your discussion.
Great, thanks. And just to remind people in the audience too, where this came from. So there was a working group for the board that was appointed. It had board representation, administrator representation, teacher and staff representation, community and student representation, and some medical expertise as well. And so they were charged with putting together our reopening recommendation, which would then come to the board for approval. So that's where we are tonight. So with that, I'm going to make a motion, again, recognizing this is kind of putting the cart before the horse compared to how we often do things on this board. But I'll make the motion recognizing that we're going to have a significant amount of discussion, and I suspect maybe some proposed amendments. So I would make the motion that the board adopt the reopening guidelines as presented from the working group as presented tonight. Is there a second?
A second.
All right. So then, as I said, I think our plan is to take this going through points 1, 2, and 3 in order, just to keep the conversation focused. We'll start with 1, take any amendments, any comments, any opinions on 1, vaccinations, and then we'll move to 2, then we'll move to 3, and then we'll take any other questions or comments.
Ryan, I'd like to start at the top of the document rather than at item 1.
Can we do that under section 4, which is other comments?
Actually, I think it's important that we start at the top because I feel like the top sets the stage for the decision making throughout, even like through item 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and make a comment?
Okay. So, you know, as I'm reading this document, when I just look at the very top paragraph, it says the COVID-19 outbreaks have occurred in school settings. Multiple studies have showed that transmission rates within school settings when multiple prevention strategies are in place are typically lower than or similar to community transmission levels. I think that's a great statement, and I think it was very true in May of this year. I think that one thing we need to recognize is that we're not dealing with the same virus we were dealing with last year. This is a very different virus. I don't intend to say this in terms of, I don't want to scare anybody. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to state the facts. The Delta variant is a different virus than the one we had during the school year last year. And I think that we need to consider our guidelines accordingly. The Maine CDC reports on genomic sequencing sampling that's done within the state. In the most recent report that the state put out, 100% of sampled cases in Maine for the Delta variant. I'm just going to say that again, 100% of sampled cases in Maine for the Delta variant. Things are different with the Delta variant. We're seeing people being infected with and transmitting the virus who are vaccinated. Now, people aren't going to a hospital if they're vaccinated. The vast majority of people who are getting hospitalized are unvaccinated. When I look at our school vaccination rates for students, those vaccination rates are similar to what we see in states that are having major problems with the hospitals, pediatric ICUs filling up. And so I think that what I was saying is the vaccination rates we have for our students are similar to the vaccination rates in states where currently pediatric ICUs are filling up. There's been a lot of comment directed at the board about comparing COVID to the flu, and I just want to set that aside. If ever there was a comparison last year, that is totally gone now. I can't think of a year when influenza A or B has filled any state's pediatric ICU to capacity. So let's just set that aside. Let's stop looking at last year as a basis for comparison. And as we go through these policies, let's just recognize the fact that this is a different virus than we had last year. It's a much more transmissible virus, and it may have worse outcomes for kids. We don't know that for sure, but we have to keep that in the back of our minds. And so I think that something about the fact that the Delta variant is now 100% of sampled cases really should be in that preamble up on the top, and that this is an ever-changing virus, and that it might get better and it might get worse. And you know, I recognize that this is a long slog, and I am exhausted of talking about COVID. I don't want to be talking about this anymore, but just because I don't want it to be here doesn't make it go away. And so as we discuss these, I'm going to be keeping that in mind as we go through every point. And I think that's just important that it's talked about right at the beginning.
Okay.
So I'd like to offer an amendment that we mention the Delta variant in the preamble.
Can you give specific wording?
Sure.
Just, people are saying the audio is still not great, so try to speak to the mic.
I'll try and shout at the mic a little bit more. I'm sorry about the audio. Not knowing that we were going to go through this with a formal amendment process tonight, I didn't come prepared with any amendments. So, you know, I'm not, I appreciate what you're trying to do, Ryan, but I'm not sure I entirely agree with doing it this way without prior notice, just because I would have come up with very considered wording had I known ahead of time. I would be happy to say in that sentence that says, though COVID-19 outbreaks have occurred in school settings, comma, I would insert the words in the past before multiple studies. And then at the end, I would say the Delta variant is currently 100% of sampled cases in Maine, and the increased transmissibility of this form of COVID-19 will be taken into account in our decision-making process.
Okay, everybody clear on that to at least proceed on the discussion? All right, so we have a motion for an amendment to the preamble. Is there a second to that motion?
Could I ask a clarifying
Sure.
question? It looks like this is a direct quote, Patrick. So it looks like this is a direct quote, Patrick.
Yep.
So I'm wondering,
Hmm.
perhaps a sentence, trying to like, you know, after the direct quote, or we would have
Sure.
to use the, you know, some indication that it's not from the.
Well, maybe if we just get rid of the end of past insertion, your second sentence could
Yep.
come after the quote, because you are correct. This is a direct quote
Yep.
from the CDC guidelines. All right, so there's a proposed amendment that adds a sentence at the end that the Delta variant being 100% of cases, and that we will, due to increased infection potential, we will consider this through our guidelines. Is there a second to that amendment? Okay. All right, personally, to me, everything you said is true, but these are the CDC guidelines from July 28th. And yes, it's 100% instead of whatever it was, 78 or 90% at that point in time. So it doesn't, just, it's not untrue, but it just doesn't feel.
Well, the other thing is it's true now. This is a document that we're gonna use all the time. So because it's true today, doesn't mean it's true 6 weeks from now either.
Could be the gamma variant 6 months from now.
Correct.
I would think it would be our obligation to consider any and all new variants and any changes whatsoever. So specifying one over the others doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me.
Any further discussion, or should we vote?
Can I change my wording at this point?
Technically, no, but just to make things go quickly, it's probably more flexible.
Anyone
Usually we'd
object to
have to
that?
just vote it down and then
Yeah.
enter a new one.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that process, if that's what everyone would like.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of the amendment as proposed? Okay, opposed at this point? Okay, is there any other amendments to the preamble?
Yes, I'd like to make a different amendment, recognizing what you said about considering all variants. What I would like to say simply is that COVID-19 has evolved into a more highly contagious virus than it was during the past school year. And our guidelines will take increased transmissibility into account.
Okay, COVID-19 has evolved into a more highly transmissible virus over the past year, and our guidelines will take increased transmissibility into account. There is a motion for an amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Can you just read it again, please? Sorry.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
I apologize, I didn't write this down ahead of time, so I'm just making it up on the fly.
This is part of the process.
Yep.
So don't worry about it. I've never been part of a group, including the Maine School Board Association, where you don't end up rereading things 3 or 4 times to figure out what the amendment is. So it's just a normal part of the process.
Did you get it, Rachel? Okay.
I mean, we do have it recorded, so I think as long as everybody at the board is clear of the intent.
It was something along the lines of COVID-19 has evolved into a more highly transmissible virus, and that evolution, although that wasn't the language, will be taken into consideration by the board.
Yeah, I'm actually not picky about the specific language as long as it states that the virus is more transmissible, and you're aware of that, and you're taking that into consideration.
Are you happy with the wording? Just reread.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, we'll consider that what we're voting on.
So I wrote, COVID-19 has evolved into a highly transmissible virus.
More highly transmissible. It was always
Into a
somewhat.
more highly transmissible virus, and that evolution will be considered as guidelines are established. And do we want to say,
But will be considered when adopting these guidelines.
when adopting these guidelines? Okay, so let me read it one more time. COVID-19 has evolved into a more highly transmissible virus, and that evolution will be considered when adopting these guidelines.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. All those who would like.
I just want to have one point of discussion. I'm not necessarily, I'm certainly not opposed to that language. I would think that it's all our obligation to consider any changes one way or the other, any evolution that happens. I think it's our obligation to consider those. And if something changes one way or the other, it's also our obligation to go back and revise these guidelines accordingly. And I think it's going to be a year-long process, the same way at this point it's now been a 20 or 21 or 22-month process. That being said, what I'm not supportive of, unless there's a clear reason for it, is adding language into a document that doesn't really serve any function, right? I mean, that we should be doing this anyway, and I think everybody at this table is doing this. Stating that this is a more transmissible virus, that Delta is more transmissible than the original coronavirus, is just a statement of fact, right? So I mean, okay, it doesn't hurt to state the fact, but it's fact, right? I guess there's probably a few people that would dispute it, but that's up to them. I just don't know that it serves any purpose in the document. So I'm not opposed to it in terms of the content. I agree with the statement. I just don't know that it belongs in the guidelines. But that's just my thought.
I kind of have the same feeling that, among other things, adding this now kind of implies that these guidelines didn't consider Delta, or that the US CDC guidelines, which is quoted previously, didn't consider Delta, but they absolutely were based on Delta. And over and above that, we are 100% committed. We have been 100% committed. And honestly, I think this district has done far better than average about being adaptive and flexible as time goes on. So I don't, again, it's a fact, it's true. I don't have a deep problem with it, but I'm not sure what it's adding for me.
For me, it's adding context, because at the time that we voted to, send this to the reopening committee, there were 5 recorded cases of Delta in the state of Maine. And that is now completely changed. And I think that when you consider guidelines with a virus that someone who's fully vaccinated cannot transmit the virus to anyone else, that is a very different set of guidelines than a reality where even if you've been vaccinated and you're not getting sick, you can be a carrier and transmit it to someone else. That's a totally different reality. And to me, without having language that explicitly states that, it leaves us open to evaluating statements based upon historical data from last year, and I'm not really happy with that. To me, it's important when you set a set of guidelines that you start it with a framework that takes the current state of the virus or state of anything into consideration. And to me, this statement from the CDC is misleading because it's relying on past data about a virus that is not the virus we have today. To me, this is a misleading statement. And that's, so without clarification or something that updates it, if we want to take that out entirely and just not have any context, okay, but I'd rather do that than have a misleading context.
I guess I'm unclear what exactly about that quote. Again, I'm not saying I'm opposed to taking it out, but I guess I'm unclear as to what about the quote is misleading.
Well, so this talks about historical COVID-19 outbreaks.
Okay.
we are not dealing with historical COVID-19 virus today.
Okay.
So
And,
what
and so like,
specifically?
why would we have a statement at the beginning of this COVID document that says, in the past, smallpox has been a real problem? Well, this isn't talking about smallpox. This is talking about COVID today. And so why would we have a statement that relies on last year's COVID when that is not the same virus we have today?
But I'll tell you why I like this statement. And it, full disclosure, I was the one who put this in here, but it is a direct quote from the CDC. Is the CDC and the national leadership made a pretty clear statement that schools opening is a really high priority over and above most other things, we had this conversation last year. I wish the state would close the bars and restaurants, pay the owners, but I wish they'd close the bars and restaurants and make schools the very last thing they closed. And this is what the CDC statement actually came forward to do and said, you know what, bars are higher transmission rates than schools. On nearly every community, gyms are a higher transmission rate than schools. Nearly every setting is a higher transmission rate than schools, and therefore schools need to be a priority to keep up. That's not to say if things go a certain direction, they couldn't close again. But I think a statement of priority, especially as a school board member, about schools being a priority to have open is important. And I would also just say, this is dated 7/28, which was when the CDC changed the mask guidelines based on Delta information that, and all those things you're talking about, the transmissibility. So I just don't think it's accurate to say this, the working group met after the CDC made that change and talked specifically about the Delta and the transmission. So I just don't think it's accurate to say that this did not consider COVID, the Delta. It explicitly did, and it was dated after Delta, and that's why the changes were made. And I also think that statement as a school board member that schools should be a priority, that keeping them open as long as it's safe to do it is really important. And the schools are, they're less safe than before Delta probably, but they are still more safe than bars and gyms and restaurants and grocery stores, and that it should be a societal priority to put some of those priorities out there. Because what we did last year as a country, not in this district, is we closed the schools first. And that's really important to me, that that's not an attitude that we have this coming year. I think it's really important that we close everything else first before we close the schools. So that's why I like this statement. And again, it was fully cognizant of Delta. The reason changes went into the document.
I will just say I agree.
And building off of that, I mean, even, Patrick's point about when these guidelines were crafted, there was a main CDC testing showed a small percentage of those being tested being Delta. Anybody who was paying attention to anything knew it was coming, right? It had, everywhere it had appeared, relatively quickly it became the dominant virus in that community. So everyone knew that eventually that would happen in Maine, probably more quickly than other new strains of the virus became dominant. So I think it's unfair to say that it wasn't taken into consideration by Maine CDC, federal CDC, or even our own guidelines drafting committee. I mean, I'm assuming that these people were paying attention, even just to the resources you could get in relatively high-end media. And if you were doing that, you knew it was coming, right? So again, I don't disagree with anything in the statement. I just don't see that it serves any kind of a purpose.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and Brian, I agree with 90% of what you said, especially the priorities around schools. I'm not suggesting in any way that schools should not be open. I 100% support prioritizing schools. But when I read these guidelines, these read like guidelines that were written at the end of the last school year. And they don't read like guidelines that are written for Delta. And maybe that's just my perception of them. So, if we just want to vote on my amendment and keep moving on, I'm fine with that.
I would propose we vote, and then we can get into the meat of actual actions taken, if that's okay.
That's fine.
All right, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in support of the amendment, we would add the language about COVID-19 evolving to be more transmissible and considering that in the guidelines. All those in favor of that amendment, raise your hand. All those opposed? And abstain? Okay, so that's 1-3 to 1. Okay, everybody okay with going to vaccinations at this point? First, I want to emphasize for people at home who don't have the document in front of you, we're skipping over a big section. But we're skipping over the verbiage that comes right after reopening that clearly says we're going to bring all students back 5 days a week, no hybrid student attendance, no hybrid instruction. And then we have a significant section on social and academic supports, including social emotional support, student achievement, technology readiness, and hybrid remote learning, specifically that we're not doing that. And then we get into the actual health and safety guidelines, which just as a reminder, they're numbered 1 through 9, matching the CDC guidelines, which are for schools, which are numbered 1 through 9. And we come to encouraging vaccination. I'll just go ahead and read it. The district strongly encourages all students and staff to obtain a complete COVID-19 vaccination when eligible. Towards this end, the district will conduct vaccination clinics at appropriate times. The district will also continue to record vaccination status privately for the purposes of contact tracing and report aggregate numbers publicly as volunteered by students and as required by DHHS to be submitted to the district for all employees. All employees, including extracurricular, so that's stipend positions, must either provide proof of a vaccination to the district or participate in pooled testing weekly. So just to recap, that the middle gets kind of bogged down, but it's basically saying we're going to continue to do our own local tracking. For students, it's on a volunteer basis to volunteer that information, although it's in their interest to avoid having to quarantine if they're a close contact, but it's on a volunteer basis. At this point, the state has said we are responsible as a district for tracking employees. So that's why that language is in there. It's just a reporting. It's not, anything. And then the last sentence is the one that it's basically a vaccinator test mandate. It is not a vaccinate mandate. It is a vaccinate or test. It's the employee's choice which of those things they do. And just to give a little context, you may or may not know all this context. I believe the Maine Educational Association has come out in support of a vaccinate or test. The second largest national teachers union has come out in support of a full vaccinate mandate, not vaccinate and test. The largest teachers union in the country has come out in support of a vaccinate or test mandate. So we're not way out in front. We're not way out behind people. Obviously people's individual scientific opinions can differ, but just to kind of give you the context of where the country's heading. As far as I know, California is the only state in the country to mandate teachers to get a vaccine to date. That could change. It seems to be the trend line is there, but California is the only place. Maine's the first state in the country to require healthcare workers to get a vaccination. But Maine, the government has taken no position on vaccination or testing mandates for staff. I know the union has had a little side conversations, but I don't know if anything formal has happened here in Orono with the union, but that's I'm kind of jumping into it, but that's something I would be very interested and desirous of knowing. One of my goals is to make governance in this district collaborative. And so I really, the union, I'll just say it has conflicting goals, right? Protecting the rights of the minority of their employees, but also protecting the health of their employees. So I'd be really open and desirous of, not going to happen tonight, I know, but a conversation with the union on this. But I've kind of recapped outside of this district at state and national level where things are on this. So I'll stop there. There's the reporting. Well, there's the encouraging and supporting, which we do through workshops and have done and will continue to do. There's the recording of data, which is voluntary for students and mandatory due to a state directive for staff. And then the mandate is vaccinate or test. And so I'll stop there.
So just to add some clarity to the data I gave you with staff. So I sent out an updated survey to staff that we didn't know or wasn't exactly sure that I had accurate data. And then we had a lot of staff turnover, so we needed new people. And so I think we're down, last I looked before the meeting, to 22 outstanding responses. I think there were, 36 or so that I sent the survey out to yesterday. So we're, getting a lot of response. Actually, it was more like 40. Because Sue added more contract service employees that we realized weren't on our list. So I think we actually have heard from about half of who we needed to, and we're down to 22. So you see the data, if without counting the outstanding responses, if we just count those that were a no, we're at 93% vaccinated. If we assume all the outstanding responses would be no, then we would be at 84% vaccinated for staff. And, in this email that I sent out to these individuals, I told them what was in the guidelines, what was being proposed. And, I do want to say that, there is, I've heard from one employee that is really concerned about this requirement and has indicated that it will be probably something that they will not feel comfortable complying with. And so that's something that I just know is out there. It's going to be something we need to consider as we make decisions like this. And, staffing is challenging. And so it's a balance that we have to find and be ready to understand that there may be consequences to this.
Can I ask, I think the last time you gave us these numbers, you gave us two. One was staff who are present when students are here, and then the other was all the staff. Is this representative of the former or the latter?
All staff.
Okay, so this is all staff.
Yeah, because when I was looking at it, it's really hard because our subs face kids, our contracted service providers are facing kids. There's very few people other than maybe some staff in my office that don't interact with students regularly.
Okay.
Evening custodians, maybe not as much.
But even at the high school, there's kids in
Yeah.
the high school.
So I just found it increasingly difficult. Like our coaches was one I was pulling out, but they're very hands-on with the kids.
So this is out of like 218, I think.
218 or 19. I think she had one more after you and I talked. I think it was 219.
Yeah, but it's the comprehensive version. It's including all the stipend
Right.
positions and contracted people who are not technically
Our bus
employees,
drivers,
psychologists, and
our
social workers.
Yeah, psychologists, or the people who we contract with to do student testing and all of those individuals. And those are, if we report someone in the staff DOE reporting system, those are the people that we have to report for vaccination status. So we just kind of mirrored everyone we have to report as a staff member to the state, which includes contract service we included on this list.
For me personally, most of this is a no-brainer. Encouraging vaccinations in a non-mandatory fashion is a no-brainer. The reporting, since it's optional for students and families, and required by the state for employees, seems a no-brainer. The last one is the one that's hardest to vaccinate or test mandate. And I'll just say that the working group had significant discussion on that as well. In the end, I believe that would be fair to representatives, 2/3 said that they wanted that statement in, and about 1/3 said they could live with that statement, and there was nobody who said they couldn't live with that statement. But as Meredith says, that doesn't represent the entire employee base, but it was a representative group of the employee base. So that's not something.
Brian, can I ask you a question about that discussion at the working group level? Was there any discussion of, and if there was, any kind of temperature of vaccine mandatory for staff? Was there any discussion of that at all?
That really didn't come up, and this is where fast moving comes in. It's not so much the Delta variant, which, as Mark said, we knew was coming, but society has been changing on the mandate very quickly. So at the time, this seemed kind of avant-garde and a little bit ahead of where other people were, and so we did not have a further discussion of a full mandate.
Okay, thank you.
Vaccine mandate exclusively to me is a little bit different kettle of fish, and I'm not saying I do or don't oppose that. Probably oppose it tonight because I really think that's something that should be done in cooperation with the union. But the Vaccinator Test, a lot of us here have been part of testing, whether it was individual or pooled testing, and it's not an onerous test. It's less than 5 minutes a week. It's a front of the nose. I forget who it was, but somebody, big name in the news, was quoted prominently saying, if you can pick your nose, you can do this test. This is not the brain swab test that goes into the back of the nose up into the sinus cavity. This is a front of the nose test. And I'd rather not put these kinds of health mandates on staff, but I also am mindful that we have 800 students and health of our students is really a forefront consideration. And so to me, for tonight, not saying where I'll come down 3 months from now or 2 months from now or 6 months from now, not saying where I'll come down once we get some information from the union, but for me, for tonight, the vaccinator test mandate, you know, I don't want to lose any staff. You know, I like pretty much everybody we have in this district. They don't want to lose staff. But I also have 800 kids weighing on me really heavily. And vaccinate or test seems to me like an appropriate compromise for tonight, but that's just my opinion.
Can you just mirror this to maybe what the university did? Did they require people to report for the testing last year if you were on campus? Is that how it was set up?
So last year, if you were on campus, student or staff, on campus, not attending remotely through Zoom, but if you were on campus, yes, testing was mandatory. It was once a week. It was also a lesser invasive test. It was a spit test, but it was once a week. It was really, took them 2 weeks to figure it out, and it was really, it wasted an hour of your day the first week or two, but within a couple of weeks, it was literally 5 minutes, walk in, sit there and spit your 1 milliliter of spit and
The 1.5.
1.5, sorry, and walk away again. And they had an app. You got your results less than 24 hours later, but it was mandatory. And going into this fall, I didn't give that comparison point. Vaccines are mandatory for students on campus. And at the moment, vaccine or test, you know, the faculty union is the same as the teacher union. It's part of MEA. So vaccinator test mandate is the current status for faculty on campus. Personally, I'll just throw this out there. I mean, I doubt people care much what I think or I'm going to do, but I'm vaccinated, but I'm also going to go back to testing. I haven't tested all summer because frankly, I've hardly been on campus, but now that I'm going back to teaching, you know, the odds of breakthrough infections, and it's just kind of a comfort to know I'm not carrying the virus home to my family. So I'm personally going to go back to vaccinated and tested, but the only thing the policy is requiring is vaccinate or test.
You know, is the university, the test they're using, the spit test again, or?
I don't know what they're using this fall.
I don't know that that's been announced. I'm sure they know, but I haven't seen that anywhere yet.
Did we have discussion, or did the committee have discussion about type of test?
We did not, because the test is purchased in bulk by the state. So there's one test they're offering. A difference in the university is it was individual. So I got back my test result. You were, instead of a pool. Here, the pool, you know, kind of drags things out a little bit more. But one of the things I was worried about the pool testing was, oh my gosh, should we get one positive result out of 20 people? Do they all have to go home? And not only do they not have to go home, they do this process of further testing, and only somebody who tests positive has to go home. But the very fact that you're participating in pool testing means if you go to the next class down the hall and, you know at that point you're a close contact for somebody if the pool test comes back positive, but you don't have to go home if you're participating in pool testing, no matter however that close contact is detected, whether usually last year was somebody at home with symptoms that got a test at home and reported it. But however it comes out, you can go to class and you can go to after school activities, sports and after school activities, as long as you're part of the group that sign up for the pool testing. You're not exempted in the community, but you don't have a positive test in the community. Unless you test positive, if you're in pool testing, you basically can participate in all school activities. So, any further discussion, comments, amendments on the vaccination section?
The other thing I would say about our student vaccine data, and as I said, I think it's low. I think once we begin implementing the close contact exceptions on this list, we'll suddenly get, oh, I didn't turn this in. Yeah, here's my vaccination proof. I think we'll get more as we start the year and it becomes something that, is meaningful for people to avoid having to quarantine.
The crucial difference between the vaccinated status and pool testing status for students is, as Brian pointed out, pool testing doesn't cover you for community exposure. Vaccination covers you for community exposure. So what we heard from students a lot last year, as Brian already pointed out, was students were reluctant sometimes to risk exposure because they didn't want to miss a game or they didn't want to miss a performance or something. vaccination is the gold standard for not having to miss that kind of stuff, right?
Well, but pool testing does allow you to participate in school sports, but it doesn't allow you to exempt from community quarantine. So like if
You
you're on
can't go
a
to a concert,
travel
right.
team, you shouldn't be doing that, or you shouldn't be going out to a restaurant or the movies if you aren't vaccinated but are in pool testing. But if you're in pool testing, you can still be at school if you're a close contact and asymptomatic.
Right.
And you can still participate in extracurricular school-based activities. And so it's masking only that doesn't allow you to participate in school activities if you're not also pool testing or vaccinated or have had the virus in 90 days. That particular chart is really helpful as a matrix. I was glad they added that because it becomes very complicated. So it's a nice, small, concise guide to how we apply these exceptions.
Other questions, comments, amendments on bullet point one, number point one?
No, I would say that I was going to request that we require vaccination of everyone, but at this point, I'm comfortable with the vaccination or testing. And so I can go along with it.
And I'll just repeat that, this is not a guarantee of what's going to happen in the future. As society changes and as the disease changes, things could change. But for right now, I do feel like, unfortunately, we have to impose something for student safety, but I'm comfortable with Vaccinator Test. Any other questions or comments?
I have a set. I think, I am comfortable with these as well. My comments right now are about thinking down the road. Meredith, I agree. I'm hopeful that, as students and families see the benefits that, between pool testing and vaccination, enable them, that they'll either get it or upload it. They might just have already had it and not uploaded the proof. I'm also wondering, at what point does the district start to better understand a plateau in vaccination rates? I'm just curious, right? Like when we think about people who are not being vaccinated, there's a wide range of reasons why. And so what we do largely know is that within that group of people, there are people who are vaccine hesitant, which is different than saying, absolutely no way will I ever do this. So, I'd be interested in learning, perhaps, Karen can give us at some point, what she's learning from families, what's the hesitancy about? And because at the end of the day, yes, I fully agree with this wording. The district strongly encourages, COVID vaccination. How can we support people in doing that? And I don't have exact ideas, but I think, down the road, I think there would be some space for us to maybe survey those folks who are not vaccinated, and it is not at all like for me, I'm a qualitative researcher. I study people, to better understand, what's your reasoning and where are there spaces for those people who are hesitant to better understand, the vaccine and how it works, to get those numbers up as high as we can get them. I think that's really important for us as a district to do. So I know I might have a different angle as other folks, but I think this is, this piece on the encouraging vaccination is so important, and I like the way it's worded. I like what we're doing. At some point, and I don't know when that is, and I look to my, colleagues here, to kind of say like, all right, we've plateaued, what can we do? Because at some point, right, like we don't want to continue to have these same conversations around, yep, our vaccination rates are kind of low, so we need to do X, Y, Z, and so forth. So I just want to put that in the discussion for now, recognizing that it's not something that is, we're voting on tonight and so forth.
Well, and I think, I guess your point is holding clinics is just not gonna be a solution for, access is not really the issue right now. Or maybe soon, access is not the issue that's causing people to make a decision to get a vaccine.
I still think the clinic's a good idea though, because it just picks up a few, right? I mean, so I think the clinics multiple are absolutely a good idea. I think especially when we all get to the point we're hoping for that under 12 are eligible, then it's going to be huge. But I do think, just to kind of weigh in a little bit on what Beth said, as someone who's largely a quantitative researcher, I would guess that you're not going to get that kind of information from the vaccine hesitant from a survey, because they're not going to respond to the survey. You would need to do interviews. Maybe you could get it through a focus group, which is how a lot of the national work on vaccine hesitancy is being done right now. So focus groups, maybe. Surveys, highly unlikely. But one of the things that I think we can do is to encourage higher levels of vaccination is to provide the opportunity to get vaccinated. So even if we held a clinic for 2 hours and 6 people got vaccinated, some people might see that as a failure. I wouldn't. I would see that as a positive. I'd say that clinic did its job, right? So I think even though the clinic might not be, it's not going to get us big numbers at this point, probably. It will once we get under 12, but I'd still think they're useful to do. But stopping there, I think to Beth's point, stopping with that's not enough either. So I do think that's definitely worth thinking about going forward.
I know Karen talks to a lot of families who, seek out her advice. And I can certainly talk with her and see if she has some insight on this.
That's where you'll get that kind of information.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. And then, I feel like that's kind of, all of this, we have the immediate needs, and I think we have then the not immediate, but down the road, it's, to work on with vaccination rates.
Okay. Any amendments or anything else on point 1? Next, we come to point 2. Again, I'll just read it. Masks in alignment with CDC guidance. Masks are required indoors for all students, employees, and visitors. Masks are required on buses. That's really tied to the federal requirement on public transportation. And masks are not required outdoors. I know I've heard things from all points of view on this. I didn't mention it, but did get a request from Leo to mention that he's, during public comment, that he's opposed to masks. I've had a couple of other people opposed to masks. I've had other people who say, how can you not have masks outdoors? So I know there's diverse opinions. I'm personally pretty comfortable with the guidance, and it exactly matches the CDC. So other thoughts?
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to amend it to read that mask use is optional for both staff and for parents.
So I guess I would say masks are required indoors for students and optional indoors for employees and visitors.
No,
No?
I'm sorry. You're right on the latter part, not the first part. I would make the amendment say that mask use by students and staff are optional. Visitors, it doesn't matter to me.
So it's not the visitors. So
Correct.
mask use is option. Mask use indoors is optional for all students and employees and required for visitors.
And I will add to that, I called around today to 19 different school districts, ranging from as far north as Lincoln to as far south as Newport, over to MDI, and then back over to Foxcroft. Out of those 19, I was not able to reach 2. That was John Baps and Foxcroft. Another 6 have yet to decide, their school boards have yet to decide what they're doing. That's Howland, Lincoln, Hamden, Dexter, GSA, and Belfast. Lincoln and Hamden are deciding tonight, so we'll know by the end of the night. Out of the 11 that were left, I could only find 4 that were mandating masks. That's Bangor, Old Town, MDI, and Bucksport. The districts that are offering choice to parents and staff in this area are Brewer, Newport, Herman, Ellsworth, Corinth, Searsport, and Bangor Christian. The reason I say that is based on what I found in our area, this is not a concept that's crazy. This is a concept that actually right now, most districts in our area are leaving the choice to mask up to individual employees and up to individual parents. You know, the way things stand now, I understand there's still some districts left to decide. But right now, the districts that are choosing to offer choice to staff and parents outweigh the districts that are mandating it. And my personal opinion that that's the way we should go as well. So that's that's part of the support of my the amendment.
Okay, so the amendment says masks indoors are optional for all students and employees and required for visitors.
Correct.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second just so it can be discussed. I'm not supportive of it, but I will second so it can be discussed.
All right, discussion. I mean, Jake, you gave
Yeah,
the intro, but
Yep, I think I've said all I need to say on the subject.
I guess I'm just going to stick with CDC guidance is really strong and clear, and we got through the last 18 months by sticking strongly with first state. And I guess federal is new, but state is now telling us to follow federal. So we've done really well by sticking with guidance. I don't dispute your facts about districts. I would add Milo. I don't know how far north you went, but Milo is requiring masks, but
And Foxcroft is as well.
and Foxcroft, yeah.
I saw a post about it from them.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't dispute your facts, but the opinions around the state are diverse, and the CDC guidance does say, you know, and as well as law says individual districts can decide. Personally, for this district, I'm very happy following the CDC guidance. And I also feel like that's the center of the community. I'll just stop there.
I think it will be interesting moving forward to look at the difference between districts that have forced this mandate and districts that have left this mandate as a choice. I think that'll be an interesting comparison as we move forward throughout the school year. And we definitely have enough in both buckets to be able to do that.
I do think our district is pretty unique though, in that we are a university. We're the flagship university town, and we have, you know, if we compare ourselves to, right, I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, Jake, you just shared. Ellsworth, you know. Ellsworth has their huge influx in the summer. We have our huge influx starting in a week, all the way and through May. And I just, you know, I think it's always hard because every district is unique. But I just don't know if we're always comparable with some of the other districts you named, because we host we are the home of the flagship university, and we have so many more people who are transient in and out of our town, using our downtown, using the university, that I'm not comfortable putting my kiddos' health and those of my community and
Just
neighborhood.
noticing people are having a hard time hearing, so
No.
if everybody can speak up.
Okay, so my point was, I apologize, that I feel that RSU 26 is a district that is not easily comparable to some of the districts that my colleague Jake shared, because we are home of the flagship university. And, you know, for 9 months of the year, our population at least doubles. And I just feel that, you know, in addition to what Brian shared, the CDC guidance is the standard that we've agreed to follow. And also, you know, perhaps there can be some comparisons, but we'll need to be careful about how we draw comparisons to other districts, since they do not have the largest university in the state in their town.
Any other discussion for the amendment?
You know, the only thing I would say on this is that, well, first of all, I guess two things. I fully support having everyone wear a mask at school for a lot of reasons. I'm not going to get into that. But we have heard from some parents who are concerned that the mask mandate is harming their children. And I don't think that we can use individual cases to set policy. But I guess, I guess this is a question for Meredith. If a parent feels like having their child wear a mask is harming them, are there ways that we can make accommodations for students that allow us to protect the health of others? The primary benefit of masks being that if you are asymptomatic and carrying COVID-19, it's going to help prevent you or reduce the amount of virus that you are spreading to others. And so are there accommodations that we have made in the past or that we are planning on making for those parents who feel like they've got a specific concern? I don't want to know what they are, just are we making accommodations?
Yeah, well, I need to be a little more specific than just yes or no, probably, so people aren't misled. The only kind of accommodation that's been made is a face shield in lieu of a face mask. And that was, through a process to determine that was really what would work for that individual or those individuals. So it's not it hasn't in the past been zero face covering as an option. So that's what's been permitted in the past.
As part of an IEP or
Right,
other plan.
our plan.
What is our plan around, and I know we did it last year, but mask breaks? If we're moving to a direction where these kids are going to be in masks 6+ hours a day, I think if that's what we're going to do, I think we really need to codify some direction around breaks so that, teacher A, gives breaks according to the schedule, and teacher B says, no, we got material to plow through, we're not doing that. So.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't put anything in the guidelines about mask breaks. There was a lot of specificity last year in the DOE guidelines about mask breaks, what you could do, what you couldn't do, how you had to face, and none of that is in any of the guidance this year. But I think you're right that we should remind people, staff particularly, that we do need to, incorporate mask breaks as we are able. I guess I would be hesitant to require it every block of the day. It just depends, I would say, like, middle school periods are much shorter than high school blocks. And if you're in high school and you're at lunch block, there's already a built-in break. So, I mean, I think putting in some language perhaps to remind of, to incorporate mask breaks as able, and outdoor learning is encouraged. I know that was something else that was brought up. So those are things that could be considered as an amendment here.
I do think Jake's point on maybe standardization here, though, is a good one, because I think what he's getting at is something that many of us, particularly you had high school students, heard anecdotally last year, was that some teachers were maybe a little bit more attentive to following the prescribed mask break schedule than others, right? And I think I totally agree that there's differences between the middle school and the high school in terms of length of period, but I think we should have a set of guidelines maybe for each school, and then it should be made clear that the expectation is these are going to be followed, and if that means that you don't get through something that day, then you don't get through it, right? So I think Jake makes a very good point on that.
I would hope that if we're going to discuss mask breaks, that we specify that those occur outside the building and not within the building.
I think that was mostly the practice as far as I understand it last year.
Yeah, I agree. And Jake, thank you for raising that point too about mask breaks. It could easily be overlooked with all of the excitement of returning to school. And, I think many of us have kids who this summer, they've been outside a lot. They haven't been wearing masks as much. And so it's going to be another, which is normal. It is for me too. I mean, to get used to wearing them again, but also that, they're hard to wear for a long period of time. I mean, that's the reality, and how, we want to help remind teachers, and maybe help, the building administrators are the ones who kind of figure out the details of, what that could look like. I don't know. I don't think we have to go down to minutia there, but I think it's an important piece of this. as well as it being outdoors, as Patrick said.
So clearly, we might want to discuss mask breaks more. We still have the amendment about changing masks to optional for employees and staff. Are people ready to vote on that?
I'm just gonna offer just a couple of comments, just because I stated in my seconding of it that I was opposed, right? And I guess I'll just lay out a couple of reasons and then maybe make a couple of comments and then I'll be ready to vote. For me, there's two reasons why I'm supportive of this mask mandate, reluctantly, right? My strong preference would be to not have one, but there's two things pushing me to support it. Actually, three. One is the fact that we have a significant part of our student population who is not only unvaccinated but ineligible to be vaccinated, right? If everyone here were eligible to be vaccinated, my vote would be very different on this. So that's and that in the event that that changes, which we're all hopeful it will at some point, I would probably like to revisit this. Two, here's where I think Delta is particularly relevant, is that we've seen, at least, and so far as I know, it's been the one study cited by the CDC, which only got published earlier this week, and I have not yet had a chance to read. But that one study showing that fully vaccinated people could transmit the virus with Delta to the same degree that unvaccinated folks could, which was different from the previous strains of the virus. That makes me concerned about going maskless. In the event that further studies fail to corroborate this or show that, well, no, in fact, that's not the case, then I would probably change my thoughts on that as well. The third reason I'm in support is just simply, something that Meredith pointed out earlier and Brian's pointed it out, and I'll reiterate it, but maybe take it a step further, that following whatever guidelines we've decided to adopt, first it was the main CDC and now they're referring us to the federal CDC, has served us pretty well. It gives us something to fall back on, especially when we reach into a tough situation where there is no way we're going to get consensus on a point. I think that's served us well. I don't see any reason to go away from that. Going maybe a step further on that, to be frank, if I were in a district that went mask optional, I'd have some liability concerns. I would, and we have a fiduciary responsibility here, and I take that pretty seriously. So for me, I think that's why I'm coming down in opposition to Jake's amendment, even though I'm super sympathetic to it. That being said, I'll go back to just one last thing to comment on and then leave it there, is Jake's point about what he's found is that we've got a pretty even split among districts in this area, some who are requiring, some who are leaving it optional. I like natural experiments, right? And if 6 weeks from now, schools that went mask optional are faring just as well or perhaps better than schools that went mask mandatory, then I would want to revisit this, because it's based on hard data, right? We've got an experiment. Let's see what it shows us. So I think it's Milford, I believe, maybe Meredith can correct me if I'm wrong, where they've went with a mask mandate but made it clear that this is just how we're going to start and we're going to revisit this. I think everything is open for revisiting for us, as I've said throughout, right, as things change, we need to revisit it. If the schools that aren't requiring masks in 6 weeks are the same or better in terms of COVID than the schools that are requiring it, I would see that as a strong reason to reconsider. So that's where I stand. So
No, the last thing I'll add is, another thing that bothers me about this is, at least with the first mask recommendation, at least then we were tying it to the CDC and their actual community transmission rates, right? So right now, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is we're red. But if we go all the way down to blue, which I believe is the lowest, we're still wearing masks. And that's another part I don't like about this, is that we're not tying it. We're just making a universal statement that you're all masked for the entire year unless we change something at the board level. I don't like the fact that we've gone away from, and actually the CDC has gone away from their rating system and tying the masking to that. And in the interest of full disclosure, I will say, out of those 7 schools that are offering choice, Corinth did tell me if they go red, then everyone's in a mask. But anywhere else, it's an option. And Ellsworth told me that they have the option not to wear masks except for in high traffic areas. I asked what a high traffic area was, and they told me that when they're switching classes, their students are going to be masked. When they're sitting down in class, they have the option to wear or not to wear. So, you know, I'll add that for some districts, at least 2, it's not an all or nothing approach. There was some level of trigger or compromise in there.
I think I would also agree with Jake's point about levels of community transmission being important here, right? And for me, just speaking just as an individual, obviously not for the full board, but if we got to the point where we were down at the lowest level, if we got down to the lowest level, I would be supportive of revisiting this for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jake. I was not entirely thrilled that they completely abandoned transmission levels 2. And to be perfectly honest, if we are at blue for, you know, not a week or 2, but if we're at blue for several weeks and large parts of the country are blue for several weeks in the state, well, forget it. If we're at blue for several weeks and the CDC hasn't moved to more adaptive guidelines, I would be open to revisiting this too. To be honest, we haven't been in blue. We've been at yellow, orange, or red for most of the last 2 months. I believe we had a very brief blip at blue in the summer, but we've mostly not seen blue since last summer. But I agree, it should be logically and scientifically tied to transmission rates. And if we're low community transmission rates and the CDC is not keeping up with that, I'm open to revisiting too. I know other people.
I would agree with that to a large extent, Ryan and Jake. You know, I also agree. If we're at a low transmission level for an extended period of time, and I would add to that, and everyone in the school is eligible to be vaccinated, then I would support revisiting this as well.
All right, we ready to vote on the amendment from Jake? All those in favor? Opposed? Looks like no abstentions. Okay, we did have a conversation about mask breaks. Is this something we feel like the administration has heard and is prepared, or does somebody want to make an amendment on mask breaks?
Well, I think it's a directive we should give to administration to come up with mask breaks that are appropriate based on the building in the schedule. I don't, you know, even though I'm obviously in support of them, if not more, I think it's also foolish of myself to think that I can come up with a schedule that's going to work for all 3 schools. So as long as we're comfortable giving a directive to administration to come up with a building appropriate or age appropriate or grade appropriate mask break schedule, I'm comfortable with that.
Well, we could just put a sentence in that says the administration will produce guidelines on mask breaks.
Yeah, that would work.
Well, I had drafted, administration will develop mask break expectations and guidelines.
I would move to add that to the guidelines. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I would like to further amend that to just tack on at the end and ensure that they are followed.
I'd revise my second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that addition as well.
Can we say and monitor implementation? That sounds a little.
Yeah, insure is pretty, going back to liability, they don't have the power to insure every day, every time.
Okay. Reluctantly.
But I do think the basic point that some teachers just think they don't apply to them is real, so.
So I'll repeat it.
Yeah.
So you got it. Administration will develop mask break expectations and guidelines and monitor implementation.
Sounds good. Any further discussion?
And we have your assurance that this will be outside.
Well, that's where mask breaks
Right.
are. I
Okay,
mean,
great. Just
separate from times they're eating or drinking. Yeah, that's a different conversation.
all right.
We're ready to vote? All those in favor of that addition? Okay, 5-0. We ready to move on from mass, or are there other discussion or amendments on mass? All right, we're on to distancing. Keeping with practice, I'll just read it. This one's a little longer. Number 3, distancing. Social distancing of 3 feet will be maintained whenever compatible with full in-person return per CDC guidelines, including almost all sedentary classroom situations. Distancing will not be enforced during brief, less than 5-minute transition periods in hallways, nor during specific active cooperative learning activities in class. Distancing is not required outdoors. Unvaccinated staff should maintain 6-foot distancing from students when compatible with educational needs. Social distancing in cafeterias is not compatible with full return to schools and will not be required. Efforts are underway to see if an alternative, smaller lunch space is available in each school for families with concerns. So that's longer, probably for a reason. If it seems like it has more wiggle words, it probably does. I think the intent of the CDC guidelines, and the state was headed here last spring before they got there, is absolute requirements on distancing end up forcing us to go hybrid and not let all the students back in the schools, and letting all the students back in the schools was set as a priority. So there has to be some compromise on the distancing. One compromise is 3 feet, although that still gets more than half the benefit of 6 feet. It's not a linear relationship. The other compromise is recognizing that we have these periods. They're just not educationally compatible with distancing, the collaborative learning. The hallway periods are brief. And so that's what that's all about. And then the cafeterias, I know the board's gotten a lot of feedback on. Maybe Meredith, you want to, I don't know that it does or doesn't change the language, but maybe you want to update us on what it has not gone unheard, the feedback is just a hard problem. So I know the administration's been looking into it, and maybe we could get an update on what the administration's been doing.
If I try to do 2 things at once.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time.
Okay. So what we talked about doing in the with the leadership team is each administrator was working to find a way to provide more spacing at lunch than kind of standard lunchroom crowding or spacing would provide for. And so ASA is the place where actually it's the only school that I've heard any feedback with concern about lunch from. It's probably because that's the level where there's no vaccination eligible children. So I have some details about ASA, then we'll talk about the other schools. So it's really excellent timing that our new cafeteria is going to be available, because it provides us some opportunities that really were not available to us before. So in the cafeteria, Kristen and I have done some assessment of furnishings and space, and also with each grade level in terms of the numbers of children in each grade level. So with some grade levels, smaller enrolled grade levels, like for example, 1st grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, we feel like we can accommodate everyone in the cafeteria, some at 4 feet spacing, some at 6 feet spacing. If we have more who want 6 feet spacing than we have room for, we might have to do some overflow, but there's plenty of space with those group sizes to be able to do that there, we think. To determine that, Kristen is preparing a survey to send out to families after tonight's meeting. We're going to send it out tomorrow to gauge, which families are interested in this, and that'll help us finalize planning for how to accomplish it. So the fact that no child would be any closer than 4 feet, to me, is a major piece of great news. I mean, that's typical lunchroom spacing is maybe a foot, right? You're sometimes shoulder to shoulder, but best case scenario is like a foot of distance. So the fact we can do 4 feet, we think for everyone, was great news there. It took some rearranging to be able to do that. The 6 feet, so for larger grades, we're going to need to use an overflow space. So for a couple of the grade levels, the gym is available. For one grade level, it's not. We'll have to use a classroom as an overflow space. But again, it all depends on the numbers of families who request increased spacing in terms of what that plan will look like exactly. One thing we're trying not to do, number one, is go back to classroom eating. And that was something that was really difficult for staff to maintain throughout a whole year, and to start another year in that framework, I think would be difficult for staff. And really our schedule's not set up for that right now. We would have to revamp everything to do that. And I think we have other options then doing that, and that would be a relief for staff. And secondly, we have this great new space that offers us new possibilities, and I really hope that we'll utilize it, because I think it does give a change of state, a change of, locale for the kids. I think they benefit from movement and being in a new space, and then moving to, recess before or after. And I think that movement is great for kids. So the survey will go out, and then we'll know based on that kind of how to approach utilizing the additional space. The other thing we were trying not to do, the second thing we were trying not to do, is have to change the special schedule completely, because that's what really has to change if we change how we do lunches and recess and how that's organized. And that's really, the ACE has done a lot of work this summer in thinking about their schedule and how to prioritize different needs in the school. And one of the major constraints we've had in the past is we have one gym, and it's also the cafeteria. And when you limit our special schedule in that way, it really puts constraints on lots of things about when you can have literacy blocks, and when you can do intervention, and when you can have your, common planning and do your PLC groups. And so we're trying to preserve a lot of the things that we know are really important for our services for students by keeping a schedule that's been really well thought out. So we think we can keep this, it's kind of version 2 of a lunch schedule that also doesn't mix grade levels. So a typical lunch schedule would have some overlap between grades. There would be, one group that starts, and then when they're finishing up, another group starts going to the line, and it's kind of this continuous cycle. And so this new schedule that Kristen has come up with is just one grade at a time in the cafeteria. And so that allows us to kind of just tackle the spacing grade by grade individually, and also probably help some people feel more comfortable about less overlap with different grade levels in the same space, even though they would be separate. So I feel really good about this plan for ASA, and I think it does, we'll be able to accommodate families who are looking for more space. Now, if all 60 second graders say I need 6 feet of spacing, that's going to be a problem that we will have to really think about how to accommodate that. I mean, I don't know if every one of the 60 in one grade said spacing, then we'd have to go to the classroom approach. There just wouldn't be another option. We just don't have that much space and time to spread things out for lunches like that. So, I just, based on the feedback I've gotten, I don't feel like that's going to be the case. I think most families will think that 4 feet of spacing is really, really good for lunch. I mean, maybe if they haven't been in a school cafeteria, I don't know. I think it's great. And the way the cafeteria tables we ordered are set up, it works perfect for this. So it gives us a lot of flexibility. So for the middle school and high school, they are each planning on, number one, using outdoor spaces initially as a way to offer spacing. And students really like that, being able to get outside, but also use the gyms. Potentially, probably for the middle school, definitely using the gym as a second lunchroom space. And I think Richard plans on either assigning a grade there or rotating grades that have to go to the gym on a given day, just so kids aren't always having to use the gym. And at the high school, I think it's going to be more flexible of using outdoor space plus the gym as needed based on demand. Again, we have a larger cafeteria for us this year. It allows us to have more room. And I think, with especially our high school population, all of those students have the opportunity to be vaccinated. And, I think are also ones that tend to want to segment out into their friend groups anyway and sit with, the people they socialize with. So I think with high school, I mean, I've heard 0 from high school families about lunch concerns. And I don't think I've heard from middle school families, but maybe there were some families who were middle school and elementary. I can't remember that part. It seemed to always focus on ASA with the concern. But I think there's a solid plan at each school for how this can be accomplished. So that's the progress we've made. And if you have other questions, I know the principals are on the call and they can answer any further questions. or if there's anything that the principals have to add that I didn't say, feel free to unmic and add that in. Unmute, actually. I'll take your silence as good.
Sounds like you covered it.
Meredith, you talked about specific distance for ASA. Has there been conversation about then specific distance for middle or high school? And where are we on there? Like in terms of what the administrators are saying?
No, we haven't done that calculation there. It's not going to be that way. It's not going to be 4 feet. And I don't know what it will be. I mean, we could, and I honestly didn't, because we've heard zero concerns, right, from those families. But we have this extra space that we know we can offer 6 feet of spacing to anyone who wants it. So I guess, you know, that's why we haven't done that yet at those levels. So we don't have that information. Our high school cafeteria, I'm gonna have to look at my email, because we were walking around, I was trying to remember the number, and I could never, Sam, Meredith, Richard, do you remember the middle school, high school cafeteria capacity?
I think it's like 200 or so seated. I believe it is.
Okay, I think our seating capacity is different than the fire code capacity,
Mhm.
but it's high, it's close, it's like 178 or 175, I think might be the number of seats we have that is not jam-packed, but kind of normal seating. So, you know, if you reduce that by a third, you would probably have a foot or two, you know, 1.5 to 2 feet in between students.
And what's the process for parents requesting space at the middle or high school?
I think that you could contact the school principal. I mean, because it's not really a classroom basis, the principal would be, you know, monitoring that. But I think, Richard, I don't know if you've given that any thought, or Sam and Meredith. Usually at the middle and high school, it's students do it themselves. It's not something that we assign a seat to them. Like we'll do at middle school, we'll say, okay, this is the seating area over here for, and you know, make sure they're sitting there. Middle and high school, it would be more, you know, a family talks about it and they can let the principal know, but their child knows that I'm going to sit in the alternate seating area.
So one space that I have concerns about is anytime, you know, we're relying on an opt-in, that tends to fall across access and equity lines. You know, families who have any sort of instability, economic, family, housing, food, so forth, are going, you know, and we see this in the educational literature, are less likely to be able to stay on top of guardian or parent related requests. So my concern is that how will parents know that this is an option, and, you know, how do we get the word out that it even is an option? Because I am concerned, right? Here I am on the board, and I know that this is possible, but if you're not in the board meeting, if you're not able to attend tonight, or if, you know, for a whole host of reasons, how will people know, and how do we make sure this is, you know, an equitable opportunity for the, you know, all the families. And I know this is a complicated question around lunchtime. I'm not asking this lightly. I don't like the idea of teachers, you know, if you talked about having to be in classrooms and not getting their lunches. I do feel like of all of the areas in this guidance, this is the part that I'm least comfortable with, is what we're going to do around lunchtime. Because we're doing so many great things, and then to potentially have this space where that's where transmission occurs So perhaps it's even, really setting up some outdoor spaces, especially for the fall. We are in red, right? I mean, our caseloads are very high in the county right now. And how do we, mitigate this? Because not everybody's going to know that this is an opportunity to opt in. And at the same time, I'm not comfortable as a board member, having all of this great set of guidance, and then this one area that is so difficult. It is so difficult, but it is, to me at this point, a bit of a glaring gap in everything else we're doing. And I keep looking at these vaccination rates in the high school, and I know they're probably higher, but right, as a high school, we are at 50%. Maybe that's higher, maybe that's 60%. I don't know. The middle school is at 33%. The sixth grade, for the most part, is not eligible. I don't know. I would love to hear, if the building administrators are here, some ways that they're thinking about this at the middle and high school level, recognizing too that this is something that only came up since our last meeting. So it's in progress and so forth. Maybe
I can weigh in for the middle school a little bit. I think in thinking this through, first of all, I think we have we're under. Our enrollment's around 140, 145, like based on current numbers, right? So I think we're well within capacity, within the capacity limits in the cafeteria. Now, I understand that it's a situation where students are going to remove their mask in order to eat. So I think that makes it, even though we can space out within the space that we have, it's still, it's maybe a little close for comfort where they're wearing masks at other times. So I think the options to eat outdoors or utilize the middle school gym and will really help us spread out students so that they're well spaced out during that time. So I think that's kind of my thinking on if we take a grade level or even 10 or 15 students out of the cafeteria during lunchtime, I think that will give us opportunity to space out pretty well, given our enrollment numbers.
So Richard, I know probably your parent communication is where you would send this information out to families. Is that right?
That's how I would do it. Yes.
And hi, I'm Sam, one of the co-principals of the high school. And last year, we very much used the idea that all 3 spaces were available to any of the students to utilize. And we did vocalize and are planning to do so to the students and to their families and communications in the next week or so. And I found that the students not only benefited and appreciated the options for COVID reasons, but also we have quite a few students that just need some time alone, don't feel comfortable in even small groups, let alone a larger group, and really appreciated the option to have the outdoors and or the caf and or the gym. And I found as the year went on that the same group of people, as Meredith kind of mentioned, kind of their group of friends kind of went in that direction, and you would know where they were. I could track it if I needed to. And if a family member or a student were to speak to me in particular about a situation for their child, we were able to make other accommodations to meet some needs for those students that were workable and appreciated. We are at 390 as of yesterday at the high school. However, we got a couple new enrollments today, I believe. So with the 2 lunches, I think in those 3 options for a variety of reasons, not just COVID, I think overall the students will appreciate it, and we can accommodate if a family member or students ask for something specific very easily. And we do have staff available to monitor all 3 areas to make sure that, if kids have needs or any safety concerns come up during lunches, we're there to handle it.
Thank you both.
Further questions, comments, amendments on section 3?
Yeah, I guess a question I have is, why are we not following CDC guidance with regard to, let me back up and say, it sounds like you put a lot of work into this, and I really appreciate that. And I understand that the work you're putting into this is to enable a more full student experience overall. When I look at the CDC guidance, it specifically says that eating should be 6-foot distancing in the CDC guidance. There's 4 bullet items about times when 6-foot distancing should be followed in the CDC guidance. It's between adults and students and between adults. It's when masks cannot be worn, such as when eating. It's during activities when increased exhalation occurs, such as singing, shouting, band, or sports and exercise, which should all be done outdoors. And it says in common areas such as school lobbies and auditoriums. I guess, so my question is, it sounds like we're doing this because it would be very difficult to achieve 6-foot distancing for everyone at all times. But this is an area where we're just disregarding the CDC guidance. I appreciate that there's an option available for individual students and families to request greater distancing, but I think to me that misses the point of these guidelines aren't necessarily to lower risk for any individual. So by saying, I don't want my child to be in the cafeteria with all these other kids, that's not the point of the guidance. The guidance is designed in a way to lower the risk of the community as a whole, the school community as a whole. And I agree with the sentiment that by not following the 6-foot distancing when indoors, when not wearing masks, that we're undoing a lot of good. And I would love to see more outdoor options. I think the more outdoors, the better. I'd love to see everything outdoors when weather permits. But I'm not comfortable with disregarding CDC guidance because I think that does undo a lot of the work we've done throughout the rest of the day.
Well, just to quote full CDC guidance, the first sentence under distancing is because of the importance of in-person learning, schools should implement physical distancing to the extent possible within their structures, but should not exclude students from in-person learning to keep a minimum distance requirement. So, I don't disagree. If I could tell you how to get 6 foot, I would do 6 foot. I would love to tell you how to get to 6 foot, but I think maybe, the administration's been working pretty hard to find 6 foot. And we did do 6 foot last year, but we did 6 foot last year when not all the students were in the school, when teachers were being asked to take on extra duty that's not, I think, really compatible with a long-term course. I don't know how to get 6 feet, and the CDC guidance is pretty clear. Getting the kids in the schools comes before any distance. Of the trinity of vaccinate, well, it's really a quad of vaccination, right? Distancing, masking, ventilation, and now we're adding testing. So it's really 5 things. Of the 5 things, I think the scientific guidance, and it's reflected in the CDC guidelines, is distancing is the least important of 3. I recognize we're dropping masking when people are eating because it's a biological requirement, but distancing has been de-emphasized a bit, and I think that's based on science, and the CDC guidelines absolutely say 6 feet is what you should be aiming for, and it's what we're aiming for, but I don't know of a way to achieve it. And so unless we go back to the extreme of last year where we're not having all the kids in the schools, I know, I acknowledge that exists there, but if you go up to the top.
Well, I know, but I believe that top section is referring to physical distancing in classrooms. It's not talking about during lunch, because then it specifically says later in the guidance, if you're going to take your mask off at lunch, get back to 6 feet.
But the general guidance is overarching. In no case does it say shut down the schools if you can't get 6 feet.
I'm not saying shut down the schools. I'm not saying
put a
shut down the
solution on
schools.
the table.
The solution I'm putting on the table is go full outdoors, and
We can't
honestly,
go outdoors all winter because we can't do heaters.
well, at least go outdoors until everyone's eligible to get vaccinated.
To Brian's point, the Biden administration CDC has been very clear, and I think it's an area that we, not just we as an individual, but we as a collective made a big mistake last year, that the priority should be, and for the Biden administration is, getting kids in school, all kids in school full time, right? And so I think Brian's point about that being the overarching goal here and the primary directive is absolutely accurate. I mean, the Biden administration has been crystal clear on that. And we can't get to 6 feet at lunchtime, having all the kids in person all the time. We just can't do it.
I
mean,
think
if
we're
you can,
doing, I think we're doing good enough to offer parents the choice of asking for their student to be 6 feet, right? It's about choice. So if we have parents who are comfortable with their kid eating 4 feet from another kid during lunch, great. And if we have parents that aren't, we're offering them an option too, which I think is also great. And I support their request for that option.
and to Meredith's point, that if we have more parents who make the request for 6 feet than the alternatives that are on the table right now allow, then they'll go back to the drawing board. I don't know if there's going to be a good solution on that drawing board, but that might not be an issue. Depends on how many requests there are. And we don't know that until the survey goes out, or, Richard puts it in the Crimson Chronicle for the middle school, or I don't know if the high school is still going to have weekend preview or whatever it has this year. It goes out in there and parents weigh in, right? Or students make a request, because at the high school and the middle school, we could easily see students having agency of their own and coming forward and saying, I need a space where I can be more spread out. We just don't know. I mean, in an ideal world, we have the space, but we just simply don't.
The space is a very real limit. We got there last year because we never had all the kids in the schools, and because we put extreme expectations on teachers. I think it's important to keep in mind the amount of time we're talking about. The kids are going to be wearing the masks when they walk down to the lunchroom. I imagine they're going to be wearing their masks when they walk through the lunch line, and they're going to be wearing their masks when they walk back to the room. So in reality, we're probably talking for most students 10, 12 minutes. It's not even a 15-minute exposure. And I know, things can happen in 3 minutes, but time matters. It's a dose response, right? We know that COVID is a dose response, and the amount of time matters. And there's 10, 12, 13 minutes in a day when we can't get to 6 foot distancing with a mask off.
Okay.
And I would love to fix the problem. I've spent a lot of time talking to administrators. Again, put a solution on the table, but I don't have a solution.
So here's my solution. First of all, I just want to point out the contradictions in the comments that were just said, because we were just told that if 100% of the parents say we want 6 feet distancing, that we will make that happen. We're not going to send kids home.
We said
we're not
we
going
would try to make that
not
happen.
gonna
I was
close
very
the school.
clear that didn't say that there was a solution there. I said the administrators would try to make it happen. I did not in any way, shape, or form say or even imply that it would happen. So let's be clear about what the comment said. Thank you.
So let me ask, Meredith, if 100% of students said we would like 6 foot distancing, can we make that happen?
I think it requires different things of staff than we, should be asking of staff this year. I mean, it's some serious, to me, it's a labor issue that we need to think about. And it's not throwing more money at the problem. There are only so many people to go around. Like I've just talked about the staff limitations we have. So it's not an easy problem to fix, but if we have, I think there's probably one grade level at ASA where this might be a problem. If we have one grade level at ASA, that's something that's doable. But if 860 kids all said six feet of spacing, that's not doable. That's just not doable. It's not doable on an inclement weather day. Let me say that. On a good weather day, we can do it. It's not something we couldn't do. But the reality is that, we have to think about the fact that we can't always rely on the weather to allow us to use outdoors.
No.
Is it reasonable to see what requests come in and go from there? Because a lot of this depends on the requests that come in, what we can do and what we can't do.
So, to me, that speaks to an individual mentality. And to me, this is not an individual issue. This is not about individual choice at all. This is about community responsibility. And so we're not requiring vaccinations, but we should at a minimum be having 6 foot distancing when the masks come off. Our responsibility is not just to the individual students, it's to the school community, to the student community as a whole, and honestly, to our greater Orono community as a whole. And creating a situation where we potentially have a super spreader event in the cafeteria is not okay with me. And, you know, to address transmissibility and dose response, yes, those are issues, but dose response, it requires a lot less dose response. And there's a much higher viral load in the air now than there was last spring. So again, we can't assume that the things that kept kids safe in May are going to keep kids safe in September.
We also can't stop kids from coming to school.
No, and I'm not
So we're-
suggesting that.
Well,
And
but
so-
on a cold day, what's the solution?
So maybe our solution is every day that weather permits.
But I think
go
I heard
outside.
that we're trying to do that.
That's not what I heard. I heard that we would have 4 to 6 foot spacing to ASA. We would give people options for spacing in the middle and high schools, and that individual families could request greater distancing. But to me, that falls down on the responsibility to the community as a whole. I don't think this is about or should be about individual choice. I'm sorry.
So I go back, on a cold day, how do we get 6 feet for 860 kids
Or rainy day.
for a rainy day?
Well, how about this, right? So right now we are at very high transmission. So I can say, right, while this is not about individual choice, I orient to this as my child is not eligible for a vaccine and will be at the middle school. If it's a bad weather day, like this makes me very nervous. And I'm trying not to be nervous. I'm trying to be very, like, I'm trying to be happy that she's going back. Delta is making that, Delta's challenging me. It just is, as a parent, that's where I'm coming from. So I think the hard thing is we're trying to figure out solutions right now, yet it's the people on the ground who better understand the situation and better understand the resources, right? I'm not saying, you know, I think the spacing in the cafeteria could very much be linked to potentially, you know, transmission rates. But like right now, it is very high transmission. And it is kind of scary for me to think that my kiddo is gonna have, even if it's 15 minutes, unmasked with friends in very close quarters. You know, so I think, yes, even if there isn't a solution like right now, I you know, I welcome, are there administrators, you know, who are saying, oh, maybe there's something else we can do. Maybe there's one more room we can open up. But I don't know that, right? Because I'm not in the building. So I guess what I'm wondering is how do we think outside the box about this? And who are the people that we need to be having conversations with to think outside the box? Because, you know, I'm not interested, I support this guidance. And when push comes to shove, you know, I don't know, like, will this be the one space that breaks me to say no? Or will this one be the one space that I'm like, okay, I have to just deal with this. But, you know, intuition is a powerful tool. And similar to Patrick's view, I look at this as a community. And I can opt my kid in. That is a point of privilege I have. Not every family has this privilege because they'll miss the email or they'll miss the deadline, and then what? So I do think, you know, but I don't have, you know, Brian, you're saying put a solution on the table. I wish I did. I mean, do we still have the tents from the cafeteria? Is that potential? Because we're only going to deal with rain, right? The first
We've
month,
had tents and
we'll
they,
deal with rain.
even last year, they just weren't used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
the
helpful,
tent,
right?
I mean, they were
Yeah.
stuck.
On the ground, you know, I don't know. Are there other pockets that can be found in the school that are, you know, that it might be different each day, right? Maybe it's one.
I think it's a question of, is this board wanting us to say, require 6 feet for everyone at lunch? Or is this board saying, we want to give 6 feet as an option? And I think that's the question that I have for you. we're recommending give 6 feet as an option. That's what
If
came
6
from the
feet is
committee.
an option and do our best
Right.
for the rest of it.
And so, you know, at the middle and high school, I know that using the gyms and the cafeteria is probably enough. We would probably have to go outside in those spaces. So in the middle school, we might have to split lunches, and I don't even know if that's a possibility this year.
I just wanted to weigh in, Meredith. I think we did 6-foot spacing in our gym. Now, mind you, kids migrated closer together all the time, and it was a battle to keep them apart. It certainly was. But there's plenty of space in there for the entire school to space out 6 feet. Now, keep in mind, I'm just saying, hypothetically, if we had 2 grades in the cafeteria and 1 grade in the gym, there's plenty of room, even on a rainy day or a cold day, to space out kids adequately, like during lunchtime. And I think if you add on a nice day and we have an outside space, which we do, then I think I'm very like that's another option. So I'm very confident that we can maintain safe and adequate spacing during lunch. It might not be 6 feet in the cafeteria for those who choose to eat in there, but I think utilizing all of those options, we're going to be in pretty good shape.
Thank you, Richard.
And I would say that
Go ahead, Sam.
sorry. So I would also say in the high school, I mean, we'd have to look at numbers because last year we had 4 lunches versus 2 this year to meet the need. But we also didn't have as big of a cafeteria, and we also didn't have the entire gym because we were sharing the gym with a PE class that ran at the same time. This year we have the larger cafeteria. We'll have a larger outdoor space with the breezeway gone. We're going to be able to have more seating out there, and we also will have the entire gym. And so I would, to be 100% positive, I'd want to do some numbers, but I do believe that we could meet that 6-foot need as well. And so, you know, if I said 6 feet by request, I really meant that kids really have been able to, even last year, to be able to sit in those 3 spaces and still have open spaces available for other students to be 6 feet at any of those 3 areas.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you both for that clarification. So it seems like the guidance here actually could be updated to reflect that there are actually some physical distancing. You know, I don't know, we don't need to make it a requirement, you know, we can make it a recommendation based on, right, weather and so forth. Because this reads right here, social distancing in cafeterias is not compatible with full return to schools and will not be required. And it sounds like what we're hearing from the building administrators is actually that it is possible. It might not be as far as 6 feet in some cases. But if, right, I'm thinking of like a family member who's reading this and who isn't at the meeting tonight. This would seem to not align with what we're doing. So I need to now work on an amendment to suggest, but at least to better capture that there are efforts underway to provide some physical distancing with an option to increase that more so.
Yeah, for me, a lot of this comes down to what point does the board set the rules, and at what point do we trust the administration to understand the intent and do the best they can? And that really is the whole of the issue to me. If I could wave a wand and, you know, project us 5 years in the future with infinite resources to handle this situation, this would be the one thing I would change in the whole guidance. So I'm not disagreeing on a fundamental level. You know, but there's gym classes happening in the gym for some of the ASA lunches. That means we're not going to get to 6 feet. I don't know what Richard, you know, I don't know if there are gym classes, but even, you know, and how you get, I know last year half the gym was marked off to actually have desks in the gym, and you're not going to be moving desks in and out and also having gym classes. So The other thing is it's a shades of gray, right? You can try, if the board says you have to get 6 feet, I've already heard Meredith say we can get 6 feet, but if we get 6 feet, we're gonna be imposing on staff. For us, they're gonna be imposing on student schedules, right? We're gonna be growing the lunch block in the middle of the day from the hour and a half that it is to 3 hours to get the kids spread out, right? And the gym classes are gonna suffer, and I know people in Orono like gym classes, the specials are gonna suffer, some of the students. There's just a lot of trade-offs, and I just come down on, I think the administration's heard pretty clearly that we want to get as much space as we can. And we're better off than a lot of schools on this front, and I'm kind of comfortable trusting the administration to do the best they can. I don't know, I'm open to your amendment, but I don't know a specific guidance the board can put down that's not.
I have a suggestion, because I see what Beth is saying about this. I think we could say something like, social distancing in cafeterias will be maximized as compatible with full return to school. And then, and period, and leave out the will not be required, and then say something about alternate or increased spacing will be made available on a as requested, or on a request basis.
Yeah, I think that just more accurately depicts what the work we're doing. So let's share it, because it's good work, right? That we're not just saying, forget it to lunchtime, right? But that there's work going on to provide as much, reasonable distancing as possible.
All right, so I have social distancing in cafeterias. I do agree this language was, it's not updated to the current efforts. But I also think it's important to advertise if we're not saying we're gonna get 6 feet everywhere.
Right.
I think we should be explicit about that. That was the original intent.
Mm-hmm.
Social distancing in cafeterias will
Will be maximized is what I said.
be maximized as compatible with full return to schools, but may not be 6 feet in all cases. I think to keep the transparency part, that's important.
I agree.
I would be even more transparent than that and keep the but, and then keep the will not be required.
It will
And
not be
then
required.
it's absolutely crystal clear.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got Meredith's
and then we just.
replacing that other sentence with the one that Meredith offered.
Right,
So that was my fuzzy one, I didn't know what I said.
social distancing in cafeterias will be maximized as compatible with full return to schools, but will not be required. Get rid of the first part and just start at, and on alternative smaller lunch spaces available in each school.
I don't think we want to say smaller lunch space, though. We want to say alternative space with
Providing 6 feet.
6 feet of distancing available, or 6 feet of social distance is available upon request, or something like that. That would be my recommendation, because that's essentially what we're doing,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
the only way that we run into a problem is if everybody requests it, and even then, if they do, it sounds like based on what Richard and Sam said, that even then, at least until the weather gets nasty, and even then, if it is, depending on what's in the gym, that it's still doable, right? But we know that that's not going to happen because not everybody's going to request it.
Right.
Could I just add then that, like a phrase, Mark, what you suggested, kind of, so it's clear that the request needs to be made to the building administrator or the
Yeah,
building
sure.
principal. In case, again, right, someone misses the first communication from the principal.
Right, we could say request be made to building administrator or superintendent, or,
Yep.
whatever. Any of those
Yep.
is fine.
But just whatever that avenue is for that request, it's transparent.
All right,
So alternative space providing 6 feet spacing for lunch is available upon request to the building administrator.
You see any problems with that, Meredith, or anyone else?
I don't.
Kristen,
Sam,
Sam,
Meredith.
anyone?
I just wanted to weigh in, like, just to be clear, like, I heard the word deadline thrown out before. There certainly would be no deadline for anything like this. Like, that would be ongoing and open and, it just needs to be that way.
Someone could decide in November that they wanted to do
Right.
that.
Oh, yeah.
Could we add that in here too? At any time during the school year? Again, it's just another phrase. Because, right, this is what parents are gonna keep going back to, or, and guardians. So if the information's here, they know what to do.
At any time, which is available upon request of building administrator at any time.
I just put it at the end upon request of the principal at any time.
Mhm.
All right, so I have social distancing in cafeterias will be maximized as compatible with full return to schools. Should I say, maybe we should say 6 feet, because some social distancing is always happening. 6 feet social distancing in cafeterias will be maximized as compatible with full return to schools, but will not be required. An alternative space providing 6 feet is available in each school upon request of the principal at any time. Everybody,
Is that, Kristen, were you trying to say something or? Maybe not.
Wasn't.
Okay.
I have a suggestion for that. And first of all, Mark, if I misheard you or misquoted you, I apologize. That was not my intention.
Okay.
Could we add language, or would you be willing to add language, Beth, since this is your amendment, that states that outdoor learning opportunities across all subjects will be maximized wherever possible in order to allow 6-foot distancing at lunchtime?
were you asking, well, you just said outdoor learning, which is different from lunchtime.
It is different because.
Can we deal with outdoor learning as a
Well,
separate topic?
So the reason why I think this is important is because if we can, Meredith, you said this is not a problem we can throw money at. And as we were sitting here just now, it occurred to me, can we do physical education outdoors if we throw money at it? If we ensure that everyone has the appropriate gear to be outside in all weather, can we do physical education outdoors exclusively in order to accommodate 6-foot distancing?
What about the rain?
I have, again, this comes with privilege, but I have acquaintances and friends in other places that choose to send their kids to private schools that are outdoors 365. And those kids do great. There are schools that don't bring kids inside when it's snowing or -15 or raining out. And if the kids are appropriately geared and they're acclimatized to that, that's fine. If we can buy everyone the appropriate gear to be outside during the rain, I mean, heavens knows, I spent plenty of time during after-school sports in high school running around with just shorts and a sweatshirt in the pouring rain when it was 38 degrees.
I think that changes our PE curriculum quite a bit, and I think it's a programmatic question to say, what are we sacrificing? It would be like telling to me, it's like telling a, say, second grade teacher, you don't have a classroom inside this year, it's gonna be outside all year. The PE teacher, it's the same thing. I mean, that's their classroom. So it's a major ask to ask them to change their whole curriculum to be outdoors.
This raises a lot of issues too. Yes, in theory, the only absolute limit is kids that have clothes, and we could buy clothes for every kid, but we all at some point in our lives parented kindergartners and first graders. What's the odds they remember to bring the clothes we buy for them? Or do we keep them, in the building under teacher supervision, and then the amount of time we spend getting them dressed? And then you have kids with special needs, right? There's health reasons kids can't go outside. I think there's a reason. I like the outdoors. I think those schools are cool, and I have kids, but I think there's a reason why they're private schools. I think there are a lot of on-the-ground constraints as well as curriculum reasons why I like the idea of using tents for lunch seating as much as we can. I also like the idea of teachers going outside as much as they can, but unless we're going to start, like Meredith said, unless we're going to be the board that's telling each teacher how to run their day, I don't think we can put language about maximizing outdoor learning, because you're right, the maximum of outdoor learning is 100%, and it can be done. But I don't think that's what I want to do as a board. I like sitting outside as much as you can during lunch, but
I'm just trying to make suggestions so that I can get on board with this, because I agree that consensus is nice. What I'm hearing is that it would be very inconvenient.
It's not inconvenient. We can do it. We did it last year, right? And we could probably do it with all the kids in the school, but we're going to expand our lunch block to take up 3 hours of our 6-hour day. We're going to reduce specials. We're going to reduce gym. Now, if you want to call that inconvenient or you want to call that rejigging all of education, is a matter of personal preference, but it's not a black and white thing. We could do 6 feet if that was the single highest priority, but it is going to have, especially on a cold day, it's going to have ripple effects on our schedule, our education, the courses we can offer. And so there's a balance, and different people are going to have different balance points. And I'm pretty sure your balance point is different than my balance point, and that's okay. But we need to be clear, there's not a magic wand solution that doesn't have these consequences and compromises and ripple effects in the classrooms. And the schedule and the learning content and everything else. That's why we, lunches are just a bugaboo for schools in general, even not during COVID. This board, it's one of the reasons we invested in cafeterias. This board has heard, we say, well, let's do this. And then, the administrators take our request sincerely. They go off and look at it. And I come back and say, lunch is the problem. It's, you spend all your time diffused in a building, and then all of a sudden you try and get everybody concentrated. And there's social reasons to do that, and there's economic efficiency reasons, and it's a terrible thing during COVID. But it really requires restructuring the whole day to guarantee 6 feet through the whole schools on a rainy day or a cold day. And maybe it's a valid opinion to think that that should happen. But we also shouldn't go down that road without acknowledging that it has these ripple effects through the entire schedule, content, teacher life, teacher workload, and all these other things, which is, again, I come back to, I like the language changes about, maximizing feels to me like a word that's appropriate to the board. It's a clear direction to the administration, but it's also a vote of trust in the administration to do the operational implementation, which is supposed to be the dividing line between school board and, and administration. So.
And it also makes it clear, which speaks to Beth's point, that it makes it clear to parents that this is an option, whether or not they read the Crimson Chronicle or the weekend preview. If at any point this becomes an issue and they look at the guidance, they say, oh, well, I didn't know this was an option. It is. I'll make the request. And that option is then fulfilled for that particular parent or guardian's child or children. So I think the amendment as it currently stands is a significant improvement on this particular section of the guidance. And we'll be happy to vote in favor of that. Obviously, we're voting for the whole thing when the time comes, but I think that part is a definite improvement, and I'm happy to see it put in.
I would like to just say, though, that, when Patrick was talking about outdoor learning, there's nothing in here that encourages. Last year, we had the statement of encouraging outdoor learning, and we didn't put that in here. And I think that's something that could send a signal of support and hope for people to really consider that as much as possible. And I was just looking to see, gosh, did we not put it in here? And I don't think we did.
No, I agree. I would support putting it in. I just think it should be separate from the social distancing and lunch section. We put it in.
I don't know where it goes, but
all right.
You could put it under if you wanted to. I'm not saying that we would need to, but you could, a natural place to put it was our last statement under masks. Masks are not required outdoors. It is also the intent of these guidelines to encourage outdoor learning when prudent or when available, or however you want to phrase it. That'd be a spot for it. It's not the only spot for it. We could certainly add a separate section if we wanted to. I mean, there's options. I certainly am supportive of putting in a statement of encouragement of outdoor learning. I'd be supportive of that if we weren't living in the middle of the pandemic. Right. There's lots of benefits to outdoor learning. I, for one, think kids today spend too much time inside. So outdoor learning, I'm all in favor of.
I agree. I personally would put it not under health and safety guidance, but under additional considerations.
Sure, that's a great spot.
Because it's really a curriculum statement as much as it is a health and safety. All right, so let's deal with one amendment, and then I think we'll converge on another one. We don't technically, I think, have an amendment on the floor. Do you want to make it? Or
I think Beth did, and then we've been adding language.
Yeah, but we were changing the language. Okay.
I'm still learning, so maybe I didn't use the right wording to say I'm proposing an amendment.
Okay.
We have it written down, right?
I have one written. We'll see if you have one.
6 foot social distancing in cafeterias will be maximized as compatible with full return to schools, but will not be required. Well, an alternative.
I didn't have 6 foot social distancing. I had social distancing will be maximized as compatible with full return to school, but not required.
Leave the 6 feet out. Okay.
And then we said 6 feet in the next sentence.
Okay. And then an alternative space or an alternative lunch space providing 6-foot distancing is available in each school upon request to the principal at any time. That's the motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second. Okay. Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Okay, 4-1. Okay, I would make a motion to add at the bottom of the additional consideration section, something that has a bulleted point heading of outdoor learning, and that says, I want to say maximized or increased or opportunities
We said encourage.
or outdoor learning opportunities will be encouraged at all grade levels. So I would make that as a motion. I would move that as an amendment.
There's a separate heading under additional considerations.
Correct.
So we just say outdoor learning and then dash, outdoor learning opportunities.
Will be encouraged at all grade levels.
Is that going after special events?
That would be after special events.
You just moved.
I just moved that, but it needs a second.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor? Okay, so 5-0 on that. All right, so,
Are we now officially into the anything else
well,
category?
I guess I jumped ahead. Anybody
Well,
want to do
you jumped
anything
ahead
more?
because we had it in our head, so I
Right.
get that.
Anything more on distancing? Okay, now we move
Like
to,
a 5-minute.
can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, I'm at
Okay.
break.
I was just gonna say.
If this was the 1960s, you would need a mass break. Everybody just have to go out and have a smoke. So.
I was gonna say, yeah, grab your.
What's that? Motion to take a break? No.
No, okay, so the meeting's still
Might
going
be
on.
cleaner, but if we just don't talk for 5 minutes, that's legal. I totally get where you're coming from. I've spent 7 years trying to figure out how to get on the schedule. And the connection is like the center of the web.
I understand. It's just that for me, this is the most important.
I know, it's your bottom line. I get that too. It's the thing that scares me the most. So you may end up being right.
And you know, the 6-foot distancing is not in and of itself thing. It's the density of students in a given space. It's the social distancing allowed,
Right.
right?
Well, the density is not so high because those are very large block rooms. But personally, for me, it's the distance as opposed to the density.
Unfortunately, my mask is like the, look at this, which is the west, I'm trying to get it west now.
Oh, that's not good. It's sorry.
It is starting. I apologize if my passion around this makes anyone feel less than appreciated. I so appreciate what you're doing and what everyone else is doing. Such a good effort. And I really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying that. I think, you know, I just want staff to make sure that, you know, they recognize how difficult the masks are, that we recognize that these are so bad.
For a lot of community teachers, they're making $150,000 a year in recognition of what they do.
For sure. And our support staff needs to be making more too.
Yes, absolutely.
Shall we?
Yeah. We ready to reconvene? All right. Actually see how many people are still here, but for those of you that are still hanging in, thank you. So we have, I think, I want to verify, we're done with any proposed amendments to 3. All right, so we moved on to what's really 3/4 of the document, but the rest of the document. We did already add the outdoor learning, but or outdoor education. Any other sections in the rest of the document?
Are we just, with the rest of the document, are we just going as needed?
Yeah, I mean, feel free to, rather than take things in order, I'm
Can I, well, it is next in order, pool testing. Can I just
Okay.
ask a question? My understanding is that the CDC lab has told labs that as of December 31st, you can't use the PCR anymore. Is what I'm talking about resonating with you or no? Have you heard this?
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, I'll forward you information, but supposedly the CDC has told labs that specifically it's the RT-PCR, which I assume RT is rapid test. They're moving away from that test and they're telling labs now so that they can come up with other FDA-approved testing methods. I was just wondering, obviously, it sounds like no one else is aware of this, so.
I don't think the state method, it's pooled, but it's not RT.
Okay.
It's the full-blown PCR, which is the gold standard.
Okay.
And it's the test, they're providing the test, correct? The state is providing us with
State,
the test.
not the federal, but the state is providing. Yeah, I guess kind of, maybe I'm cutting you off.
No, you're not.
But I guess I'm comfortable that if it's not CDC guidance, the state's going to go ahead and switch the test for us. So.
No, I'm not, it's not that I'm uncomfortable with the language. I was just wondering if anyone else had heard about this, and if so, if we had been in contact with testing.
It sounds like there's some audio problems again for people hearing us, so just a reminder to probably, I guess that we're all actually speaking pretty loudly in here, so maybe at this point it's raise it up to a dull roar, but I think we are going to have to look to improve this audio before the next one, because everything else is working pretty well.
I'll just say I recommended the sound tech, so it's on me if it's not
Brian's
working.
fault.
All my fault. Yep. As far as I know, we're not using Rapid. We're actually using the whole point in pooled is it's so sensitive, it can pick up one person's DNA out of 25 samples. Other questions, comments, anywhere through the document?
I'm not going to suggest this is an amendment. I'm just going to state that with the Delta variant, I don't think that vaccinated individuals should be exempted from quarantine unless they're participating in pooled testing.
So that's a comment really on the SOP rather than the guidelines, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Patrick, I apologize. Can you repeat that again? Because I was busy looking for it in here.
Yeah, so,
Right.
no, it's in number 8.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in number 8. It's the last line, or second to last line. It says vaccinated individuals or participants in pool testing will not be required to quarantine after a close contact unless symptomatic. I would prefer to see that with vaccinated individuals crossed out, because vaccinated individuals are much more likely to be asymptomatic but positive. I mean, this is kind of the prime group for someone who's going to be asymptomatic and spreading the virus is someone who's vaccinated. So I would, I'm going to offer an amendment to eliminate the words vaccinated individuals or.
Okay, there's an amendment. Is there a second?
Can I ask for clarity? So you're suggesting starting it with participants in pool testing?
Correct.
Basically vaccinated, and I mean, I'm not sure, I know what you're trying to get at. I'm not sure that amendment would actually achieve that, because it starts by saying we'll follow the SOP, which says that, but I do get the intent of what you're trying to do.
Well, I think the SOP is the CDC document, correct?
It's
Right. So
state CDC, right?
so as that is updated,
Right.
that would allow us to, I mean, it's a change that I would like to see.
Fair enough. Is there a second amendment has been proposed?
I'll second it.
So one of the things about the SOP, and I put the full document in the board folder just so you could see it, because it's, there's certainly more context in the 3 pages that I printed for you. But one of the things that it said to begin with is that I found interesting in comparison to some things I was saying that I'd heard that other districts were considering, is that it said that school districts must follow these guidelines. So I can't remember where I read that. I'll have to find it, but the full document's in there. And this was just updated and released, as I said, on the 12th. It was updated the 12th last week with this new information that includes pool testing and those exceptions and universal masking. So it's quite new.
I believe you're right that the SOP comes out of the DHHS under public health law. So it is binding, unlike most of the rest, which are recommendations. We did have a second. Okay. Personally, I'm most comfortable just tracking the SOP. And if the evidence grows that vaccinated individuals are a significant part of spread, which is possible with what we know, but certainly not proven, and to me not seeming like the most likely scenario, then I would assume the SOP is going to change. But I'm most comfortable just tracking the SOP. Just for history, we put this last bit in because, as you keep pointing out correctly, this is what parents are going to read.
Right.
So we want to do, the vaccination being exempted is part of the incentive structure, and I think that incentive structure is meaningful. We want to keep all the incentives to getting vaccinated on the table. Yeah. So we just put this in as an advertisement. In my mind, the binding part of this is we'll follow the SOP because we actually don't have a choice no matter what policy we write. But, so I'm probably going to vote against it, but I do understand the science you're talking about.
I wonder too, Patrick, I also understand why you're raising this. We're also, right, we're having the universal mask mandate. So at this point, it would be a vaccinated person who has been wearing a mask at school, right, with the exception of, the cafeteria. So I am more comfortable focusing on, you know, what was already here because we have that other layer of the mask, of universal masking. So it's right, like if it's a vaccinated person who's been wearing a mask, you know, I think that there's that space of like, well, that's double protection, or not double, I don't want to quantify it, but it's additional protection. And everybody's wearing a mask at this point. If at some point, you know, we decide to, or the CDC guidance, the federal CDC guidance changes, right? This might be a space that we come back to. But it depends on if we have to go with, right, what's in the SOP as well. I feel comfortable the way it's written because we have the mask mandate right now. If we didn't, I would be less comfortable significantly.
For me, I'm going to vote against it because I would want to, for me, I want to incentivize the vaccine as much as humanly possible. I would go even further if I could. That being said, it really doesn't matter what any of us say or vote on this because we don't have any choice, right? We have to follow this. So you can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, we're required to follow these guidelines by state law. So we're kind of wasting time.
So can I change my amendment just to eliminate those last two sentences? If the point is moot anyway.
I think as a matter of procedure, that's a big change, so we should probably vote one down and have another amendment. But,
Yeah. Well, it's going from eliminating 3 words to eliminating 3 sentences. I mean, 2 sentences.
2 sentences.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you seconded it. Technically, that doesn't matter, but do you support that change?
I am.
To keep it clean, you should
Let's keep
vote
it
it
clean.
down.
Let's vote.
and
All right,
vote
all
it.
those, everybody ready to vote on the amendment proposed?
Can we clarify the amendment again?
Strike the first 3 words of the next to last sentence, vaccinated individuals or.
Got it.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, are there other amendments on this section?
Yes, I propose a new amendment to eliminate everything after the word testing in section 8.
Strike the last
After,
two
yeah,
sentences.
strike the last 2 sentences in section 8.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion. Second.
Okay, discussion?
I mean, I think there are 2 sides to this. One, it promotes, you know, the idea of, you know, putting out in front of people that vaccination is a route to avoid close contact. But on the other hand, if the SOP changes, then we, you know, there's nuanced information in here that's not accurate. If we kept it simple that, you know, we'll follow the standard operating procedure, maybe put a link so people can get to it and find it, that might help keep it more accurate and up to date. But I would hate losing the encouraging people and putting it out in front, because very few people are going to go and read a 20-page document. I mean, right?
The number of people who could even read the SOP, it's finite. It's quite a legalese document. I personally, I just think we have an uphill battle for communication. We want to incentivize vaccines and pool testing and letting people know that there's a benefit in a document that's more likely to be read than some other documents, although still probably not that likely to be read. Although it does seem like this has gotten some scrutiny. I appreciate all the feedback I've gotten that comes from close scrutiny of this. So on that basis, I think we should leave it in as an advertisement, and it goes without saying we can revisit, but whether we revisit or not, if the SOP changes, this changes. So I personally am probably opposed to it.
This is actually making me think though, and I appreciate Patrick, you raising this. You know, we want to encourage vaccination. I'm going back to number 1. And number 1 does not say, right? Number 1 is vaccination. And this right here, the vaccinated individuals in pool testing will not be required to quarantine after close contact. That I suggest maybe should be in that information should be in number 1, because people are gonna read about vaccination first. I don't know if I
It's
would put
funny,
it
you're
backwards.
reproducing a discussion we had in the
Yeah.
working group, which is fine. We originally were gonna put them under number 1 and number
Yeah.
4, and then we just decided it was more efficient
Mm,
because pool testing and vaccination both have the options, and we want to incentivize both. It was more efficient to just leave it.
What's interesting is what made me say that is because it's under 4
Oh,
for pool
yeah, it is.
testing.
Yeah,
So it
we're
would
not
be in
consistent.
alignment.
Yep.
Or, so then I would say, oh, I don't wanna, it's, you know, a lot of this. is
Robert's
just
rules of order have a
communication.
lot of downsides, which is why
Yep.
we often go informal, but
So I don't know. It could only be the amendment on this piece, right?
for the moment, we are only discussing the amendment proposed under Robert's rules of order,
Just dropping the last 2 sentences.
which is dropping the last 2 sentences. Are we ready to vote? All right, I'm not hearing further discussion, and it is late, so let's go ahead and vote the amendment to drop the last 2 sentences. All those in favor? Okay, opposed?
What was that vote, Beth?
Yeah,
Was
what
it a-
was it?
Was it not an abstention?
Oh. But I guess because it's contingent on moving it, if we can move some of that to 1, that's where it's tricky for me.
Well, so if this fails,
Right.
well, if it fails, you can propose an amendment that deletes something here and adds something there, and if it passes, then you can just do an amendment that adds something, so you're safe either way to get what you want.
Well, maybe not though. Okay, so it would be to leave it is where we are?
Well, the vote, I believe, was 2-2 so far to support the amendment. So your vote is going to decide whether the
Yeah.
amendment passes or not.
Cool. No pressure. I just need time to reread.
So what was the vote again?
Well,
2-2.
2-2.
2-2.
That's kind of, we weren't sure what to do.
So the amendment is to drop vaccinated individuals. Is that
The whole last 2
the
sentences.
whole last 2 sentences? I don't know why.
But again, state standard operating
Yeah,
procedures
it's really, exactly.
take
Yeah,
priority
Mark's
over
right.
this. So I
Right.
mean,
Doesn't
we
matter
can
what we
say,
do.
we can drop
know,
that, but it
that's-
doesn't change anything.
That's why I'm like really ambivalent. So, yeah, I will vote to drop it.
So you're voting yes on the amendment, which is
Mhm.
to drop it.
Mhm.
Okay, so those 2 sentences are gone.
Can I make an amendment to just enhance the consistency so that we put the sentence from number 8, vaccinated individuals will not be required to quarantine after close contact unless symptomatic, according to, you know, the SOP document, which would go under number 1. And thereby, my reasoning is let's help people see the benefit, as many benefits as possible of getting vaccinated. And because it's already under number 4. So, you know, this is a little just, maybe this is,
Personally, I would just
Esoteric.
copy the language from 4 to 1, except change it from participants in pool testing to vaccinated people.
exactly. Yep, that would be fine with me too.
I mean, you're making some more qualified points, but I think it's trade off between
Yeah.
completeness and simplicity.
Mhm.
All right, so you made a motion to add to the end of number 1, vaccinated people will not be required to quarantine after a close contact, parentheses, unless symptomatic.
People or individuals?
Individuals is probably a better word. Vaccinated individuals. Still okay with that as the wording?
Mhm.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second. Discussion. All those in favor?
I'm gonna support it. I just think we made the document muddier, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm gonna support it, but so now people have to read in 2 different spots to find out when they don't have to quarantine. Whereas if we had left the 2 sentences in number 8, they could have had both instances there in number 8. And if you wanted to add the vaccination part in 1 under vaccines, sometimes redundancy is a good thing, right? But I mean, I'm gonna vote in favor of this, but I do think we just weakened the document, so.
Well, Mark, I'll tell you, so number 4, we have that information that's in number 8. So I was looking to have consistency.
Right, but number 4 only talks about pool testing, right? And so
Right.
now number 1's only gonna talk about vaccination.
Well, there's 2 ways to be consistent, right? Drop it from 4 and not have it at 1, or to have it at both 1 and 4 and 8.
I mean, I'm open to any. I was just, to me, right, first thing people are gonna read is number 1, because it's labeled number 1. So I thought, why not put that?
If we want to encourage and incentivize both vaccination and pool testing, and maybe we don't. I mean, I don't want to make assumptions on what people want to encourage. I personally want to encourage both. I would like to make it kind of clear what the benefits are. And if that means there's going to be redundancy in the document, in the instance that people only, maybe someone only, they go to the document and they say, oh, we've got a COVID, I need to know what the COVID response protocol is, right? There's a positive case here, and they only read 8. And now those 2 sentences are no longer in 8, and so they're unclear, right? Then they'd have to go back and read both 1 and 4. Whereas before, they could have gotten all the information they needed in just number 8. I personally, I hate redundancy in writing. In this document, I would be in favor of a certain amount of redundancy, but I'm going to vote in favor of the amendment either way, because
You can always make an amendment to reverse number 8.
Yeah, I mean, now that you explained it that way, Mark, like it makes, like I said, you know, it was one of those cases where I was like, you know, you make a very strong point for that, and I appreciate you clarifying that. Because you're right, I agree. One, okay, here's where I need to, what I need to look at, because my kiddo is positive.
So I mean, in a way, it's kind of reading people's minds about where they're going to go to look for this information.
I
So-
know.
All right, so the amendment on the table is to add the language to the end of section 1. We ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor of adding the language to the end of section 1? Opposed?
I'm going to abstain on this one.
Abstain. Okay, 401. I'm going to make an amendment to return the language to the end of 8.
It's a good move.
It's redundant, although it does add the sentence that we didn't really address about requiring testing. The pool testing gets set automatically, but it's not spelled out anywhere that
Right.
you have to test if you're vaccinated. I also, you know, Mark's argument about redundancy on this, I think is good. So I'm making a motion to add back the 2 sentences at the end of 8.
we'll second that.
Any further discussion?
I do have a question, just Meredith, on this. So for the second sentence, both groups would be required to have a COVID test 3 to 5 days after close contact. Do we provide that? I mean, I haven't read the full SOP, so we're not asking people or making them go out and get their own, are we?
Well, we would not ask people that, but
Is that
some
what the
districts
state's
don't do
doing?
testing. So we do testing here.
So we would provide the test,
Yeah, we definitely.
but the state doesn't require that. We're just doing that on our own.
No, the state.
The state doesn't
SOP
require that we offer the testing, but
requires
the
it.
SOP requires that if someone is a close
Requires
contact,
they get the test,
Yeah.
doesn't require that we do it. We're
Right.
doing that on our own.
right,
Okay, so which is my concern. I didn't want to put the onus on someone to have to go seek out a test. I wanted us to provide it. If we're doing that, then I'm fine.
And the onus exists in the law, so, but I agree, it's important that we're offering it.
Can we add a phrase that the school, you know, again, I'm thinking of
To have a
someone,
COVID test
perhaps
provided by the
I
school.
almost think that second sentence we need to take out.
Okay,
I mean, I want to go back and reread the SOP to make sure that particular phrase is still in there,
still accurate.
because I didn't go that far in it yet. It was in there.
I'm pretty sure it was still in there from my reading.
Okay.
Yes, it would be a few days ago.
there's nothing to do with the current.
Who's on first? No. Yeah, I guess, you know, the last sentence, it's fine, I just wanted to confirm it's still in there. Yeah, it says it on, yes. Vaccinated close contacts should test 3 to 5 days after exposure.
So it's still state law, so I think we benefit from making that clear. I mean, we're enticing people with the benefits, so we shouldn't hide the, you know, the caveat to the benefit is my feeling, but we could add language about, which will be provided by the district.
It's your amendment. What do you think about that?
I'm fine with that. Technically, just because the motioner and seconder agree with an amendment, you can't amend it. I don't know how people, really, if we want to follow Robert's Rules of Order, we'd have to motion to amend the amendment. Wait, everybody okay with?
I'll make a motion to amend the amendment.
I'll second that motion to amend the amendment.
Poor Rachel.
Yes. This is why we rarely stick to Robert's Rules as tightly, but,
Nightmare.
all right, so there's an amendment to add the words which the district will provide.
I will second.
So that's motioned and seconded. You motioned, right, Mark?
Oh, that's right, I can't second it. so you'll
I'll
have to.
second. Any discussion about adding the phrase which will be provided by the district to the amendment? Okay, all those in favor of adding the phrase which will be provided by the district to the amendment? Okay, now we're back to the amendment. So we're adding the last two sentences plus the which will be provided by the district.
Poor Rachel.
I know.
Did you do Model UN in high school by any chance?
I did not.
Yeah, see, it's all coming back to you.
Yes.
We just have elementary procedure every day in English class, so I'm Robert.
Yeah, they come up in life. All right.
I just don't like any language which encourages people who are whose kids are vaccinated to think, oh, I don't need to do testing because I'm vaccinated. And to me, I hear what you're saying about encouraging vaccination. Yes, I want to fully encourage vaccination, but I also don't want to have someone read this and say, oh, well, I'm vaccinated, so I don't have to do the testing, when they might have opted into both if they hadn't like read it that way. So I'm not going to get in the way of this one way or another. I'll abstain again.
Any further discussion? All right, so we're voting for adding the last two sentences plus the amendment about adding provided by the district. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? So it's a 401. Anything else in this? People would like to address, have questions about, or have comments?
I do have a question. I imagine this is a pretty quick answer. It's under ventilation and the HEPA air filters. How is that being, organized in terms of
Switching them.
switching the filters?
They have a sensor when they need to be changed, and the teacher just notifies maintenance that they need a new filter.
Okay.
So it's been pretty simple. We ordered a good supply with our COVID money, so we have a good supply still.
Other questions, comments, or amendments on any part of the document? Okay, are we ready to vote on
Oh,
the
God,
entire
no.
document? Go ahead.
If this is a topic for another night, let me know. But the way I read this applies to athletics.
That is correct.
Okay.
At the moment, indoor sports will require a mask. Outdoor sports will not require a mask.
Okay.
This is probably going to have another conversation when the Maine Principals Association comes out with guidance for winter sports. But at the moment, we're reading that. That's how I read it.
So we're gonna avoid the part in the CDC document where it says that during physical exertion, we should maintain 6-foot distancing.
But we don't know that yet.
Well, no, in the current CDC document, it said that exceptions to not masking included physical exertion. So under the current CDC.
I don't think there was indoors though, was it? I mean, outdoors?
I think it was, yeah. Yeah, I think that was outdoors.
Because that's where this references sports guidance, which gets really complicated about indoors and outdoors and the level of risk. But I think I walked it through that for all of our sports that we have in this district, they're outdoors and medium risk, and masks are not required outdoors.
The state has moved away from those risk levels too, by the way. They're no longer using those.
It says right here, maintain 6 feet of distance in the following settings. And then one of the bullet points is during activities when increased exhalation occurs, such as singing, shouting, band, or sports and exercise. Well, you know what? I'm continuing to read it, and I think you're right that it applies to indoors. So
I have a separate section on sports, and to be honest, it's not super helpful, but it says you should consider risk of close contact, and they cite wrestling, hockey, and football.
Yeah.
And they cite outdoors versus indoors.
Okay.
And again, I think this will come up in the winter from both sides. People are not going to be happy about playing basketball with masks, and other people are not going to be happy about people indoors without masks. But for the fall, they're outdoors, medium and low risk, meaning not, except for football. Football is typically high risk, but it is outdoors. So the guidelines are a little vague. Football's maybe pushing the boundary of the guidelines, but within the guidelines, the other sports I think are fully in the guidelines for the fall. So again, I mean, just to return to the document, it basically says sports aren't any different from anything else. Just as far as that is.
Okay.
Something you want to amend on that, or?
No, because I think you're right, and let's just leave it as it is, and we'll deal with it when we get to it.
Yep. Anything else? Last call? No vote. Okay, so just to refresh, since we've been mired in Robert's Rules of Order, the document has been amended several times. If I recall correctly, we have added an amendment to the end of number 1. We have changed the language about lunches. We have made it clear that the tests required under Section 8 are provided by the district. And we have added language about outdoor education, if I am remembering all of that. So with those amendments, we are now voting on the entire document as the guidelines for the district for the fall. You know, and like I'll just give you my little speech. You know, we're not in the executive branch where one person gets to decide. We're in the legislative branch, and the compromise is about the only way legislation happens. So, and I think it is important, people are watching this meeting, that you know, these are going to be the guidelines for 1,000 people, and so it's my personal hope there will be strong support as a consensus document. Everybody in this room is holding their nose at some parts of this document, but as a consensus document, you know, I would love to send a message to the district that we're, you know, behind the document. So we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of passing the document presented and as amended? All those opposed? Okay, passes by 3-2. All right, thank you, everybody. It was almost 2 hours on that topic, but I don't think that surprises anybody. By the way, I mentioned that I can do a couple of 3 hours for the whole board meeting, 2 hours on that topic. No? Yeah.
And we're almost 4 hours on the whole board.
Yeah, you're right, 3
3
hours.
hours on that topic.
So the staff member who bet in the pool for a long board meeting is definitely winning at this point in time. Okay, we'll move on to action items. We have some extracurricular hires.
So there is one addition to this.
Oh,
If you look at the list online, I added the person. So, but if you have it printed out, I'll just add the name. It's middle school football assistant, Caleb Ackley.
We don't have an additional high school assistant to add as well?
I thought we did.
We should, right? Should be an additional high school football assistant. Unless it didn't get submitted.
I don't remember, other than I heard that. I just don't remember where I heard it. We're meeting next week. We can just do it next week because I don't have it.
okay. So middle school football is Caleb Ackerley.
Ackley, A-C-K-L-E-Y.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the co-curricular nominations as presented with the addition of Caleb Ackley for middle school football. Is there a second? Second. And just to read this, because I know people at home are curious, we have Charles Beal, middle school football, Chad Kirkpatrick, middle school boys soccer A, Jenna Costa, middle school girls soccer A, Alex, I'm going to get this wrong, Tudiunik for middle school girls soccer, Chris Gray for middle school boys soccer B, Dodie Saucier for middle school field hockey, Jamie Arsenault for OMS cross country, Dave Hamill for middle school boys A basketball, Chad Kirkpatrick for middle school girls A basketball, Kristen Espling for middle school boys B basketball.
Willow and
Jane-
Zoe. Come here right now.
Yep.
Willow
Might wanna-
and Zoe.
Payne for middle school girls B basketball, Sherry Hamill for middle school cheering, Robert Bass for middle school Nordic ski, Jennifer Branchflower for middle school Nordic ski assistant, David Hamill for middle school baseball A, Steve Van Dolman for middle school baseball B, Chad Kirkpatrick for middle school softball A, Tracy DeShane for middle school softball B, Jamie, I think that's Arsenault, for middle school track, Chris Gray for middle school track, Marge Innes for governance chair, John Hawley for drama musical music, that's at the high school, Dan Perkins for drama music tech director, and Dan Perkins for drama music choreographer at the high school. And we added middle school football, Caleb Ackley. Any discussion?
I do have Don Joseph, Mike,
For
assistant football coach.
High school.
high school assistant football. All right, since we're following Robert's rules closely, I would make a motion to amend by adding Don Joseph as the high school assistant football coach to the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of adding Don Joseph? Okay. Back to the main motion, which is to approve the slate as presented with Caleb Ackley and Don Joseph added. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the slate presented? Thank you. All right, approval of the supervision and evaluation plan for school year 2021-22. You may know that there's a state law that directs this evaluation plan. It requires creation of a committee involving teachers to set this. It comes to the board for approval every year per state law. And this is what the committee has worked on and is bringing forward, and Meredith can speak, but the administration is recommending the board approve for the evaluation plan for this school year. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I would just invite Richard and Shauna to chair the committee to highlight the changes in this document as presented.
Oh, okay. I'd be happy to chime in, and Shauna's here with us in the meeting, so invite Shauna to weigh in at any time. As Brian noted, we have a the supervision and evaluation. Okay, that's better. So our supervision and evaluation group is, the acronym is SEG, made up of a majority of teachers, but also includes administrators. And Shauna and I are co-chairs of the committee. And so this year we really streamline the process, but I'll just go over the changes. It kind of speaks for themselves. So we added an addition of a table of contents in our document, so make things easier to find within the document. And we included page numbers as well, so that, obviously that's going to help us find things within the document. We went down from a very long document, and I'll explain why in a minute, down to a 22-page document. Without losing the spirit of the evaluation process. And I'll kind of explain how we got to that. So the student learning objective law that was in place by the Maine Department of Education has been removed. And so we replaced the SLO with an educator data inquiry project. That's what we're calling it, educator data inquiry project. And it's a replacement for a student learning objectives, and the new plan maintains a student growth component that incorporates the use of student data as a basis for informing instructional improvement. Okay, and so we updated our forms and checklists to reflect this change. Now, one of the major reason why we're able to go from a longer document down to a shorter 22-page document is that our forms and checklists, we updated them and now we include them as links. Okay, and the old document had all the forms in there, so we still have the forms, but they're links. And so this is going to streamline things moving forward in the future, so that we can update a form without having to change the entire document. We can just update the link. Okay. So we also update, I'll talk more about the educator data inquiry project in just a moment, so that we can kind of explain how that works. But chapter 3, the update to the evaluation cycle for probationary teachers, that has been updated to reflect changes where the state requires us to move from 3-year probationary status to 2-year probationary status. So it's really just a change to reflect the law. Throughout the handbook, we reformatted to reflect like stylistic and editing updates. But those changes were, the additions of words or grammar, and no substantive changes are reflected in those edits. But just, an overall edit there. FOFA and summative forms have been reformatted, no substantive changes again, to make them more user-friendly, and forms will be distributed electronically. We set up a Google Doc that will be shared out with all staff with forms. And we also added, we reviewed instructional rubrics, and those are also included in links for the document based on the Danielson model, of course. And we have rubrics for the instructional coach, librarian, nurse, school counselor, social worker, speech and language, and of course the teacher rubric. So we, reached out, did some digging around, and we wanted to have rubrics that were appropriate for each of these professional positions, and they're included at the end of the form. And let's see, the educational data inquiry project. I'm just gonna, here we go. Shauna helped us come up with a review. So it has 2 parts: a planning component, and where professionals are asked to review 2 relevant professional.
That was totally my fault. Sorry.
Okay. So professional educators will review 2 relevant learning sources. Those could be webinars, books, journal articles, the conferences, etc. We wanted to keep it broad so that people could tailor it to their needs. The learning sources should relate to using student data and or understanding student diversity. And that ties in nicely to the work that we're doing in our district around understanding student diversity. And then construct a possible investigative question or questions and outline possible data collection methods. Okay, so we left it open so that our staff could tailor it to their individual needs. Part 2 is the implementation phase, and where we would ask staff to complete a student demographic analysis, okay, so, which would look at classroom makeup. For example, that would include students with IEPs, 504 plans, it could be a test data that shows the range of abilities within a class, etc., that type of thing. So it helps educators understand the demographic makeup of the classroom. During the implementation phase, they would revise the investigative question from year 1, and if necessary, make revisions, complete data collection, analysis, and reflection, and develop a plan of action that would focus on how the project help inform future instruction. Okay, so it maintains the spirit of the SLO, but gives individuals more flexibility to develop a plan that's relevant to their needs. And the final thing is that the data inquiry project would be included as part of the teacher portfolio rather than a standalone thing that that we had with the SLO project. So I think that's a general summary. I'll invite Shauna if she has anything that I missed to weigh in.
Nope, that covers all that I would have said. If the board has questions, happy to answer them.
Any questions or comments from the board? All right, I'll just make 3 quick comments. I'll keep it really short. First, I appreciate the work that went into this. We had 5 teachers and 6, including the co-chair, and 4 or 5 administrators. So this is extra work. I really appreciate the work that went into this. And yeah, for those of you who haven't been on the board long, we used to get a document that was about 150 pages. So I appreciate that this is well organized and focused. So I really appreciate the work of the committee. I'll just say, I know the committee had nothing to do with this. This was a state law change. I think 2 years is bad for a probationary period. I know it's bad for the district. I personally think it's bad for the teachers too. You know, part of education trends these days is getting rid of high stake tests and giving teachers 2 years to perform instead of 3. Just removes a lot of chances for feedback and growth before a decision has to be made. But that's neither here nor there. That's a state law. We have no choice about that. And I really like the EDIP. I think it's a good direction to go. It's consistent with the direction the district has been going at the board level, and you know, data-driven analysis, student learning is what we should all be about. So appreciate all the work. Any other questions or comments?
I'd like to second Brian's comments about the work that the committee did. And I'm in teacher education, and it's exciting to hear that the focus is on, you know, inquiry, questions that are relevant to one's own practice, whether it be teacher or other position in the school. I think that's fantastic, and I applaud the committee for their work.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we're reverting to normal behavior here. We're discussing without a motion, but I will make a motion that the board adopt the supervision and evaluation plan as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
And just so you know, we cannot amend this. This is something that comes from the committee. We could reject it. It's never happened. I'm not recommending that, but that's our only option here is to either pass or reject. Any further discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor? Okay, 5-0. Next up is approval of a school physician. This is something we have to do annually. It's required by state law. We're lucky to have a volunteer who's very good. You want to make a recommendation or nomination?
Yeah, just taking an adjustment not to unmic when I have to speak
Okay.
or unmute. Yes, Dr. Callan-Breen has agreed to continue in the role, and Northern Light is also agreeable for this arrangement. And so I recommend that we approve Diane Callan-Breen for another year as our school physician.
I would make a motion to approve Diane Callan-Breen as a school physician for another year with much gratitude.
I will second.
It's turned into, you know, wasn't always a big job, but with COVID, we've been calling her a lot. So a lot of
She's
gratitude.
been a really meaningful partner.
Yeah. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. Next up, we have a donation over $500, which requires board approval. So I would make a motion to approve the $1,000 donation to the Asa Adams Library in memory of Vicki Lynch. Is there a second?
I will second.
You want to just describe a little more what that is?
I really don't have anything more at
Okay.
this point. I think it is, I don't know if there was any specific parameters tied to the donation other than to the library. Yeah.
I think they want their name, they wanted their name to be remembered as the most important.
Yeah. Probably just to fill needs that the library identifies as, you know, needs that could be filled with this money.
Great. I mean, the main role of the board is just to make sure there's not unacceptable restrictions, and it sounds like there aren't any. So with appreciation and in memory of Vicki Lynch. Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. 5-0. Subcommittee reports. Not a lot to report probably because we've all been on summer break. Policy subcommittee and curriculum subcommittee will be starting up at their normal times, which are first Tuesday, and policy subcommittee first Tuesday at 3 Thursday. Sorry, thank you. First Thursday at 3:30 of the month in September, and the curriculum committee's second Thursday of the month in September. Anything from UTC or Spruce or Wellness? I think you got an update on the building committee. Anything further, questions or comments for the building committee? They met tonight before this board meeting. Okay, we'll move on. Any requests for other business from the board? Any requests for future agenda items?
Just to note, we just put out the agenda for next week's meeting, so
Awesome.
back to back.
We are now to public comment. My battery died a long time ago. I can't see if there's public comment out there, so. Okay, I think we're probably down to a low enough number. Just unmute and jump in if you'd like to make a public comment. Last call for public comment.
Hi, sorry, just trying to hit buttons. This is Erin Lanigan. I just wanted to really quickly ask if there is any way for you guys to provide something that is closed captioning for those of us who are hard of hearing. I would like you to consider that.
Thank you. I think we're trying to look into that already, just technology wise, but it's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I don't see anything in the chat, nor do I see any raised hands.
All right, we'll move on. Our next meeting is, as just noted, next week, Tuesday, August 24th. It will be at 6 p.m. and it will be a in-person / Zoom meeting. We didn't have any audience members who showed up in person, but that is an option that's available now. If people want to show up in person in the audience, they're welcome to do so. The board is mostly restricted to in person unless we're out of towners. So we did also have a request about, remember we moved the September 7th meeting to September 9th because it conflicted with Rosh Hashanah. It now found out it conflicts with a football game, that we have a coach on the board. There was a request to move it to September 8th, but I did research, and Rosh Hashanah, I believe, extends through September 8th. Probably just through sundown on September 8th. If we were to meet after sundown on September 8th, that would be okay? What is sundown these days? About 6:30?
By then, it would be between 6:30 and 7, I would.
Yeah, we'd probably just say 7 to be safe. So I think the board has a choice of 7 o'clock on the 8th or leaving it on the 9th. It was your request, Mark. Do you have a preference between those?
I prefer 7 p.m. on the 8th because that would allow me to go to the football game on the 9th. But if it inconveniences others, then I obviously understand.
It didn't matter, sunset in Orono is
6:58, so 7 would be safe. Okay. Although that would be close from somebody who was trying to come from home.
Our calendar just says through the 7th, but I guess maybe it's not accurate, you think?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
2-day holiday.
Rachel,
It says the 6th and the 7th.
is that for that day or is that for this day?
I was just looking what we had loaded on the calendar that, we do research.
Right, we only did one. I do know a community member, posted a reminder to not schedule events on the 7th or 8th. So I can do the 7th. I don't know. Does that work? I know.
I could.
The 8th.
You mean the 8th?
The 8th, sorry, 7 o'clock on the 8th, yeah. Does that work for you, Meredith? I know it's, this is a very long meeting. I don't think next week is going to be anywhere near as long. I hate to keep administrators and other people get up early, up late, but I think it's pretty short. I would be okay with the 7th.
I'm fine.
I mean, the 8th. The 8th.
7 o'clock on the 8th, sorry, very late. I've been in meetings for 6 straight hours now. So I would make a motion to change the September 9th board meeting to September 8th at 7 p.m. So Wednesday, an irregular day, 7 p.m., irregular time. But second, okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, do we have any requests for information or follow-up? Seeing none, here's the motion you may thought never would come. I would motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
I will second.
We have a second. Anybody want to discuss this or amend this? We will vote. All those in favor? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Very long meeting, but a
Thank you,
constructive
everyone.
meeting.
Wasn't our long.
What's that?